Chapter 22 of Episodes Before 30 by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Chapter 22. The search for Boyd was a prolonged nightmare. Used several times already, this phrase alone describes it. It lasted over a fortnight. Every night from 9 o'clock till 2, or even later in the morning, it continued. The old doctor almost invariably came with me. It was midwinter and bitter cold. I still had no overcoat, a thin summer vest being my only underwear. The disreputable haunts we searched were heated to at least 70 degrees Fahrenheit, whereas the street air was commonly not far from zero, with biting winds or icy moisture that cut like a knife. It must have been the drug that saved me from pneumonia, for I was in and out of a dozen haunts each night. I was a prey to contrary and alternating emotions. The desire to let the fellow go free, the conviction that it was my duty to save him from himself, to save others from him as well. The distress, unhappiness, and doubt I experienced made that prolonged manhunt indeed a nightmare. Plans were laid with care and knowledge. Boyd, we argued, had money, or he would have returned to East 19th Street. Had he enough to bribe the police, or to go to Canada? We decided that his contempt for me would outweigh any fear he felt that I might take action. The Night Owls were now away on tour. He would hardly go after Pauline M. We concluded he was doing the town, as it was called, and was not very far from East 19th Street. With his outstanding figure and appearance, it ought not to be difficult to find some trace of him in the disreputable places. The Tenderloin, a region about Broadway and 30th Street, so packed with illegal joints that their tribute to the police was the richest and juiciest of the whole city, was sure to be his hunting ground. To the Tenderloin haunts, accordingly, we went that first night of the chase. As a reporter, I knew the various places well already, and felt quite equal to making my search alone. But the doctor, though in no condition to traipse about the icy street after dark, insisted on accompanying me. Nothing I said could prevent him coming. Truth to tell, I was not sorry to have him with me in some of the saloons. Besides which, I had no money, and something, lager beer cost only 5 cents a glass, had to be ordered in each place. We hurried from one saloon to another, looking in at various gambling hells, opium joints, dancing places, and music halls of the poorer kind, where men and women met on easy terms. And we stayed at each one just long enough to make inquiries, and to benefit by the warmth and comfort, without being pestered by the habitual frequenters. I had in my possession a small photograph of Boyd. It was on tin, showing the head and shoulders. It had been taken one day earlier in our acquaintance when we went together to a dime museum in 14th Street. It now proved very useful. It showed his full face, big eyes, drooping mustaches, and eyeglass. The absence of the mustache altered him a great deal, but the eyeglass and the 6 feet 2 inches in height counterbalanced this. At every joint I produced this photograph, asking the attendants, bartenders, and any women I judged to be frequenters of the place, whether they had seen the original recently, or anyone like him. Some laughed and said they had, others said the opposite. But the majority refused to say anything, showed insolently their suspicion of me and my purpose, and more than once made it advisable for us to get out before we were put out. At such places customers are chary about information of each other. Among the women, however, were some who knew clearly who it was we wanted, though saying nothing useful. And soon the doctor decided it was a mistake to show the photograph too much, for Boyd would be warned by these women, while many, fearful that they themselves were wanted, would merely lie in self-protection and set us upon false trails. Any woman who had not paid her weekly blackmail money to the ward man was in danger, and few, to judge by their appearance, were not involved in robbery, knockout drops, or the ubiquitous badger game. Yet these, I knew, were the places Boyd would feel at home in. My being a newspaper man proved of value to us more than once, at any rate. My thoughts, as we sat in a curtained corner of some hell, whose overheated atmosphere of smoke, scent, alcohol, and dope was thick enough to cut with a knife, watching, waiting, listening, must be imagined. I watched every arrival. The tension on nerves, already overstrained, was almost unbearable. A habit of the doctor's intensified this strain. He did not, I think, remember Boyd very well, and was constantly imagining that he saw him. The street door would open. He would nudge me and whisper, "Sen sie de kommt de girl nun endlich." He pointed. My heart leapt into my mouth. Nothing could induce me to arrest him, it seemed, and my relief on seeing it was a stranger was always genuine at the moment. One night, or early morning rather, the doctor, who had been silent for a long time, turned to me with a gray, exhausted face. The morphine was beginning to fail him, and he must inject another dose. This happened several times. Behind a curtain, or in a place aside where we were not even alone, he opened his clothes, found a clear space of skin, and applied the needle, while I rubbed the spot with my finger for about a minute to prevent a blister forming. No one, except perhaps a very drunken man or woman occasionally, paid the smallest attention to the operation. To them it was evidently a familiar and commonplace occurrence. "You must not stay up any longer," he would say another time, after a sudden examination of my face. "You look dreadful. Come, we will go home." I was only too glad to be marched off. We paced the icy streets arm in arm. Numerous people still about on various errands, tram-cars and elevated trains still roaring, saloons and joints blazing with light, wide open till dawn, while the old man, rejuvenated and stimulated by the drug, discoursed eloquently the whole way, I dragging by his side, silent, depressed, weary with pains that seemed more poignant then than hunger or mere physical fatigue. The next night it would be the same, and the one after that, and the next one after that too. The search continued. It wore me down. I saw the eyeglass staring furtively at me from behind every corner, even in the daytime. His footstep sounded behind me often. At night I locked my door, for fear he might steal back into the room. Once or twice I reported to headquarters that I was on the trail, but the detective had lost interest in the case. A conviction was doubtful, anyhow. He was not going to sit around catching flies. Only the fact that I was a reporter on the Sun made him pause. "Telephone when you get 'em," he said, "and I'll come up and do the rest." Much fresh information about Boyd had also come my way. He had even stolen the vases from a church communion table, though he denied this in his confession later, and pawned them. In every direction, and this he did not deny, he had borrowed money in my name, giving me the worst possible character while doing so. Probably, indeed, I never lived down all he said about me. It was a bitter and apparently an endless search. From the West Side joints we visited the East Side haunts of vice and dissipation. I now knew Boyd too well to think he would fly high. His tastes were of the lowest. The ache it all gave me I can never describe. We went from place to place as hour after hour passed. We found his trail, and each time we found it my heart failed me. A woman, gorgeously painted, showing her silk stockings above the knee, her atmosphere reeking of bad scent and drink, came sidling up, murmuring this and that. The doctor's eye was on me, though he said no word, made no single gesture. The tintype photograph was produced. "Yep, I seen dat feller," grinned the woman in her tough, Bowery talk they all affected in the Tenderloin. "A high flyer, reigning in London, too," a jibe at the English habit of turning up one's trousers, with a stream of local slang, oaths, filthy hints, and repeated demands to "put 'em up," meaning drinks. Then a whispered growl from the old German, "Nichts, sie lügt, los mit ihr." A further stream of lurid insults, and she was gone, while another sidled up a little later. They all knew German, these women. Was not New York the third biggest German city, qua population, in the empire? Few, as a matter of fact, were American. Barring the mulattoes and quadroon girls, to say nothing of the negresses, the majority were French, Hungarian, Spanish, Italian, Dutch, or some polyglot mixture not even the British Museum could define. Never did the old German's kindness prove itself as in these hideous night watches. Apart from all questions of trouble and expense, he was obliged to take extra doses of morphine to meet the charge upon his system, at a time, too, when he was struggling to reduce the quantity. Compared to what he did, even the fact that he gave the poison to others, possibly to his own child among them, seemed negligible. Not only did he accompany me during the chase, spending hours in low, suffocating dens of beastliness, walking the wind-swept streets in midwinter, suffering insults and acute discomfort, but also he bestowed practical care and kindness on me during the day, providing me with food. I was in no state even to pose in the studios at the time, and even suggesting that I should fit up a bed in his workshop, where he kept the lathe and made the chessmen. All this, too, from an old man, himself in deep misery, and on the losing side of a fight far more terrible than I ever knew or imagined. A fight he then realized already was to end before very long in failure, which meant death. The strange, broken old being, twisted and distorted though his nervous system was by a drug, showed to me at any rate that rare thing which experience of life proves greater than intellect, than success, than power or brilliance may achieve, a heart. If reincarnation with its karmic law be true, either he owed me a heavy debt from some forgotten past, or I owe to him a debt some future life will enable and enforce me to repay. It was at the end of the first 10 days that, quite by chance, we stumbled upon the trail of Boyd. He had been seen in a swell dive on the West Side with a woman. He was spending money like water. How had he come by it? Whom had he swindled now? We were in the East Side, following a false clue, when this information was given to us, under conditions impossible to describe, and we hurried across to the neighborhood indicated. An hour later we were only a short 30 minutes behind his glittering path. He was visiting expensive joints. Champagne flowed. The woman wore furs. He wore a light-colored box-cloth overcoat. Both were high flyers, and he was drinking hard. The information, I confess, had the effect of stiffening me. It was impossible not to wonder, as we sat in the cross-town tram of East 23rd Street, whether in his gay career he gave a single thought to the room in East 19th Street, where he shared my bed, wore my suit, ate my food, such as it was, and where he had left me ill, alone, and starving. The old doctor was grim and silent, but a repressed fury I could see bit into him. Was there, perhaps, vengeance in the old crumpled man?
"No weakness, remember,"
he growled from time to time.
"I hold him while you telephone to Mulberry Street. Flicked, flicked. It is your duty to everybody."
The trail led us to Mouquin's, where he had undoubtedly been shortly before, then on to a place in 34th Street, and there we lost it hopelessly. It was not a false alarm, but the trail ran up a tree and vanished. He had gone home with the woman, but who she was or where she lived, not even the ward man, whom I knew by chance and equally by chance met at the door, could tell us. I telephoned to headquarters to warn Detective Lawler to be in readiness. Lawler was out on a big story elsewhere, but another man would come up with the warrant the moment I sent word. I had, however, no occasion to telephone again that night, nor even the next night, though we must evidently have been within an ace of catching him. It was like searching for a needle in a haystack, or for a rabbit in a warren. The neighborhood, this joint in particular, was alive with similar characters. All the women wore furs. All the men were tall. Many of them had glass eyes. The majority seemed English, with their trousers turned up. We sat for hours in one den after another, but we caught no further indication of the trail. It had vanished into thin air. And after these 2 exciting and exhausting nights, the old doctor collapsed. He could do no more. He told me he felt unequal to the strain, and could not accompany me even one more time. The old man was done. The day after the search stopped temporarily, K. arrived in the city, to my great delight. It was a keen relief to have him back. The tour had been a failure, and the company had become stranded in Port Hope, Ontario. Salaries were never paid. He had received hotel board, railway ticket, laundry, but rarely any cash. What luggage he possessed was in the Port Hope Hotel, held in lieu of payment. It remained there. We talked things over, and the news about Boyd, heard now for the first time in detail, shocked him. There was no doubt or hesitation in Kay's mind. "Of course you must arrest him. We'll go out tonight and look." We did so, but with no result. Kay had the remains of a borrowed $10. We dined at Krish's. He had cigarettes, too. We passed a happy evening, coming home early from the chase. Like myself, he had no overcoat, but the money did not reach to getting it from Ikey, where Boyd had pawned it. We sat indoors and talked. Only a short 3 months before, we had sat talking round a campfire on our island. It seemed incredible. We discussed my plan for settling in the woods, to which he was very favorably inclined. Meanwhile, he explained, his company was preparing another tour, with better plays and better cast. They hoped to start out after Christmas, now only a week away. The word Christmas made us laugh. I still had the Christmas menu of our hub dinner, and we pinned it upon the wall. It might suggest something to the long-suffering Mrs. Bernstein, Kay thought. But instead, we ate our oatmeal and dried apples. End of section 22.
Chapter 23 of Episodes Before 30 by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dan Gierczynski. Episodes Before 30, Chapter 23. It was on the Tuesday before Christmas that I caught Boyd, the day also before the White Star steamers sailed. The cold was arctic. A biting east wind swept the streets. There was no sun. If ever there was a black Tuesday for me, it was that 18th of December, 1892. Towards evening, the doctor, I knew, would expect me as usual. There was nothing to prevent my going, and yet each time the thought cropped up automatically in my mind, I was aware of a vague, indeterminate feeling that somehow or other I should not go. This dim feeling also was automatic. There was nothing I knew of to induce, much less to support it. I did not mention it to Kay. I could not understand whence it came nor what caused it, but it did not leave me. It kept tugging at my nerves. "You're not going to the doctor's tonight," it said. "You're going elsewhere." After dark, this odd feeling became more and more insistent, and then all at once it connected itself with Boyd. Quite suddenly this happened. I had not been thinking of Boyd at the moment. Now, abruptly, up cropped his name and personality. I was to go out and catch him. My mind resisted this idea. Several things besides were against it. In the first place, we had voluntarily given up the hunt, and I was resigned to his escape. Secondly and thirdly, I dreaded being out in the bitter cold, and I badly needed the assuaging balm of old Hubner's needle. If the first two were negative inhibitions, the third was decidedly positive. All three had to be conquered if I was to obey the strange prompting which whispered and kept on whispering. Go out and look. You'll find him. There was, in addition, the usual minor conflict to which I had grown quite accustomed, the conflict between my desire to be relieved of an unpleasant duty, yet the conviction that it was a duty I had no right to shirk. In spite of my resistance, at any rate, the prompting strengthened. As night fell, I grew more and more restless and uneasy, until at last the touch of inevitability that lay behind it all declared itself, and the breaking point was reached. I could resist no longer. It was impossible to contain myself. I sprang out of my chair and told Kay I was going out to catch Boyd. "Don't go," he said. "Waste of time. He's skipped long ago. Been warned." He muttered something more about the intense cold. "You'll kill yourself." The impulsion I felt was irresistible. It was as though some inner power drove and guided me. As a matter of fact, I went straight to the exact spot where, among the teeming millions of the great city, Boyd was. 15 minutes earlier or later, I should have missed him. Also, but for a chance hesitation later, lasting 60 seconds at most, he would have seen me and escaped. The calculation, whether due to intelligence or to coincidence, was amazingly precise. I left our room at 9 o'clock. At 9:45, I stood face to face with Boyd. The wind was driving a fine dry dust of snow before it, and all who could remained indoors. The streets were deserted despite the nearness of Christmas. Signs of bustle and the usual holiday crowd were absent. I walked very quickly to keep warm, an odd subconscious excitement in me. I seemed to know exactly where I was going, though, had anybody asked me, I could not have told them. Up 4th Avenue to 23rd Street, then west across Broadway. I passed 6th and 7th Avenues, with only one pause of a moment. At the corner of 7th Avenue, I hesitated, uncertain whether to turn north or to continue west towards 8th Avenue. A policeman was standing outside a saloon side door, a man I had known in the Tombs police court. An Irishman, of course. I recognized him. He was friendly to me because I had used his name in a story. He remembered me now. I produced the tintype photograph. He inspected it under the nearest electric light. "Yup," he said. "I seen that feller only a few minutes back, half an hour maybe. Only he's lifted his mustache." "Shaved his mustache, yes?" "That's what I said," as he handed back the tintype. "Got a story?" he inquired the same instant. "Anything big doing?" "Which way did it go?" "Uptown," said the policeman, jerking his thumb in the direction north. Up 8th Avenue. And he was traveling with a partner, a big feller, same size as yourself, I guess. He moved off to show he had no more to say. Any story that might result would be out of his beat. There was nothing in it for him. His interest vanished. I hurried on to the corner of 8th Avenue, the edge of a bad neighborhood leading down through the Negro Quarter towards the haunts of the riverfront. And there I paused again for a second or two. I was still in 23rd Street, but I now turned up the avenue. It was practically deserted, the streetcars empty, few people on the pavements. The side streets crossed it at right angles, poorly lit, running right and left into a world of shadows. But at almost every corner stood a brilliant saloon whose windows and glass doors poured out great shafts of light. Sometimes there were 4 saloons, one at each corner, and the blaze was dazzling. I passed 24th, 25th, 26th, and 27th Streets. There were little flurries of dry snow. I saw no one, nothing, but empty, silent sidewalks swept by the icy wind. At 28th Street, there were 4 saloons, one at each corner, and the blaze of light had a warm, enticing look. Through the blurred windows of the one nearest to me, the heads of the packed crowd inside as they lined up to the bar were just visible, and while I stood a moment, shivering in the icy wind, the comforting idea of a hot whiskey came to me. For the wind cut like glass, and neither my excitement nor the exercise had warmed me. I hesitated, standing against a huge electric light pole, in whose black shadow I was quite invisible. A hot whiskey, I reflected, in this neighborhood would cost 20 or 25 cents. I had 30 cents in my pocket. I needed the stimulant. I was very weak. I felt cold to the bone. But 25 cents was a lot of money. I might want a car fare home besides. And I was still hesitating when 2 tall figures emerged suddenly out of the dark side street into the flood of light, swung sharp round the corner, and passed through the glass doors into the saloon. The figures were 2 men, and the first of them was Boyd. For a second my heart seemed to stop, then began immediately racing and beating violently. In that brilliant light I saw every detail sharply. Boyd and his companion, both mercilessly visible. The man I wanted wore a big, horsey overcoat of light-colored boxcloth with large white buttons, the velvet collar turned up about his ears. The other man I did not know. He was taller than Boyd and wore no overcoat. He was the partner traveling with him, mentioned by the policeman. His gait was unsteady. He reeled a little. The clamor of noisy voices blared out a moment into the street before the doors swung to again, and I stood quite still for an appreciable time, blotted out of sight in my black shadow. Had I not hesitated a moment to reflect about that hot whiskey, I should have passed, my figure full in the blaze, just in front of the 2 men who would have waited in the dark side street till I was safely out of sight. The state of my nerves, I suppose, was pretty bad, and the lack of my customary evening dose accentuated it. I know, anyhow, that at first I realized one thing only, that I could never have the heart to arrest the fellow. This quickly passed, however. The racing of my blood passed, too. Determination grew fixed. I decided to act at once, but should I go in, or should I wait till they came out again? If I went in, there would probably be a fight. Boyd's hulking companion would certainly take his side. The lightest blow in my weak state, and I should be down out. On the other hand, there was a side door. There were several side doors, and the couple might easily slip out, for I could not watch all the doors at once. I decided to go in, and the moment the decision was taken, complete calmness came over me, so that I felt myself merely an instrument of fate. It was horrible, but it had to be. Boyd was to get the punishment he deserved. I could not fail. The way the little scene was stage-managed seemed curious to me when it was all over, for as I moved out into the light, a couple of policemen came across the broad avenue behind and looked inquisitively at what must have seemed my queer behavior. I immediately crossed to meet them, while never taking my eye off the swing doors. A man who had just gone into that saloon, I told them, was to be arrested. "That's so," they asked with a grin, thinking me drunk, of course. And what's he done to get all that? I told them I was a reporter on the Sun, that I was the complainant in the case, and that Detective Lawler of the 9th District had the warrant at headquarters. They could telephone to him if they liked. They listened, but they would not do anything. I could telephone to Lawler myself. They weren't going to act without a warrant. They finally agreed to wait outside and see fair play if I would go in and fetch the guy out into the street. "We'll stop any trouble," they said, "and take him to the station if you make a complaint." I agreed to this and walked in through the swing doors. The saloon was crowded, the heat wonderful, the bars thronged with men in all stages of intoxication. Bartenders in white jackets flew to and fro. Business was booming, and at the least sign of a row, everybody more or less would have joined in. This general impression, however, was only in the background of my mind. What filled it was the fact that Boyd was looking at me, staring straight into my eyes, but in the mirror. The instant the doors swung to, I had caught his reflection in the long glass behind the bar. Across this bar, a little space on either side of him, he was leaning on both elbows, his face resting in one hand. The eyeglass, it was asking for trouble to wear it in such a place, had been discarded. He was alone. His back, of course, was towards me. For a few seconds we stared at one another in this way, and then as I walked down the long room, pushing between the noisy crowd, he slowly turned. I reached him. A faint smile appeared on his face. He evidently did not know quite what to do, but a hand began to move towards me. He thought it seemed I was going to shake hands, whereas I thought he was probably going to hit me. Instead, my hand went to his shoulder. "Boyd," I said, keeping my voice low, "I want you. You're going to be arrested." The smile died out. An awful look rushed into his eyes. His face turned the color of chalk. At first, I felt sure he was going to land me a blow in the face, but the abrupt movement of his body was merely that he tried to steady himself against the bar. Fry saw his hand grip the rail and cling to it. The same second his features began to work. "I've got to arrest you," I repeated. "It's karma. You had better come quietly." "Karma," he repeated in a dazed way and stared. He was bewildered, incredulous still. The same second, however, he grasped that it was serious. My face and voice and manner doubtless warned him. This at least was real. He suddenly knew it. The expression of appeal poured up instantly into his eyes, those big, innocent blue eyes where I had so often seen it before. Only now there was no mustache, and the brutal, cunning mouth was bare. He began to speak at once, keeping his voice low, for several people were already interested in us. He used his softest and most pleading tone. With that, too, I was thoroughly familiar. "Blackwood, for God's sake, let me go. I'm off to England tomorrow on a White Star boat. I'm working my passage over. For the love of God, for my mother's sake." I cut him short. The falseness, the cowardice, the treachery all working in his face at once sickened me. At the same time, an aching pity rose. I felt miserable. "You must come out with me. At once." He turned quickly and looked about him, his eyes taking in everything. Some men beside us had heard our talk and were ready to interfere. "What's your trouble?" one of them asked thickly. I realized we must get away at once, out into the street, though the scene had barely lasted 2 minutes yet. "There's a policeman waiting outside," I went on. "You'd better come quietly. A row won't help you." But I said it louder than I thought, for several heads turned towards the swing doors. The effect on Boyd, however, was hardly what I expected and seemed strange. He wilted suddenly. I believe all thought of resistance or escape went out of him when he heard the word police. His jaw dropped. There was suddenly no expression in his eyes at all. A complete blankness came into his features. It was horrible. He's got no soul, I thought. He merely stared at me. "Whose is that overcoat?" I asked, feeling sure it was not his own. I already had him by the arm. "Roper's," he said quietly, his voice gone quite dead. "Here he is." His face was still like a ghost's. It was blank as stone. I had quite forgotten the companion, but at that same moment I saw Roper hovering up beside me. His attitude was threatening. He was 3 parts drunk. A glance showed me he was an Englishman, and obviously by birth a gentleman. "Roper, if you want your coat, you'd better take it. Boyd is under arrest." "Arrest be damned!" Roper cried in a loud voice that everybody heard. There was already a crowd about us, but this increased it. Roper was looking me over. He glared with anger. "You're that cad Blackwood, I suppose, are you? I've heard about you. I know your whole damn rotten story and the way you've treated Boyd. But Boyd's a friend of mine. No one can do anything to him while I'm here." He roared and shouted in that crowded barroom while the whole place looked on and listened, ready to interfere at the first sign of a fuss. A blow, a little push even, would have laid me out, and in the general scuffle or free fight that was bound to follow, Boyd could have got clear away. But neither he nor Roper thought of this, apparently. Roper went on pouring out his drunken abuse, lurching forward, but never actually touching me, while Boyd stood perfectly still and listened in silence. He made no attempt to shake off my hand, even. I suddenly then leaned over and spoke into his ear. "If you come quietly at once, it's only petty larceny, stealing the money. Otherwise, it's forgery." It acted like magic. An expression darted back into his face. He turned, told Roper to shut up, said something to the crowd about its being only a little misunderstanding, and walked without another word towards the doors. I walked beside him. The men made away. A few seconds later, we were in the street. Roper, who had waited to finish his drink and was puzzled besides by the quick maneuver, lurched at some distance after us. The 2 policemen, who had watched the scene through the windows, stood waiting. Boyd swayed against me when he saw them. I marched him up to the nearest one. "I make a charge of larceny against this man, and the warrant is at Mulberry Street with Detective Lawler. I am the complainant." They told him he was under arrest, and we began our horrible little procession to the station in West 21st Street. Boyd was between the 2 policemen. I was next to the outside one, on the curb. Roper came reeling in the rear, shouting abuse and threats into my face. The next time I saw Roper was in the Court of General Sessions weeks later, when Boyd was brought up for trial. By that time he had learned the truth. He came up and apologized. Boyd, he told me, had swindled him even more completely than he had swindled me. The search in the station made me sick at heart. Every pocket was turned out. There was $80 in cash. The sergeant used filthy language. Boyd was taken down to a cell, and I, as a newspaper reporter, was allowed to go down with him. I stayed for 2 hours talking through the bars. It was 2 a.m. when the sergeant turned me out after a dreadful conversation, and when I reached home to find Kay sitting up anxiously still, I was too exhausted from cold, excitement, and hunger to tell him more than a bare outline of it all. I had to appear at 8 o'clock next morning and make my formal charge against Boyd in the Tombs Police Court. The Tombs, of all places. And with that thought in my mind, I fell asleep. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Episodes Before 30 by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dan Grzinski. Episodes Before 30. Chapter 24. Boyd came up with the first batch of prisoners. The pretentious shadow of the Tombs prison, with its forbidding architecture, hung over the whole scene. My first sight of him was sitting among the rows of prisoners, waiting to be called. He looked ill and broken. He made a pleading sign to me. As a reporter, I had the right to interview anybody and everybody, and I made my way along the serried wooden benches. Lawler sat next to him, looking very pleased to have secured his prisoner, and a good story into the bargain, without any trouble to himself. But when I tried to shake hands with Boyd, I found to my horror that he was handcuffed. "Say, boss, be sure and get me name spelled right, and tell the reporters that I effected the arrest," was the first thing that Lawler said, using the phrase the detectives always used. By promising the man all he wanted and more besides, I managed to get us all three into a corner where we could talk without everybody else hearing. Also, I got the handcuffs taken off, for they were quite unnecessary inside the building. The first thing Boyd said was to beg for a drink. He had taken a lot the night before. His throat was parched, his nerves were bad. At the moment, this was quite impossible, but I got one for him in the reporter's room after his case had been called. The second thing he said was to beg me to keep it out of the papers, though this, of course, lay quite beyond my powers. Apart from this, he said very little except to repeat and repeat that he was repentant, and to beg me to withdraw the charge, though this was now impossible, the matter being out of my hands. Also, he wondered what the sentence would be. He meant to plead guilty and implored me to leave out the forgery. He was very badly frightened. That early morning hour in the stinking atmosphere of the overheated police court was too ghastly ever to be forgotten, but there were particular moments when pain and pity, to say nothing of other strangely mixed emotions, stabbed me with peculiar ferocity. When the reporters flocked round him like vultures after prey was one of these. Another was when Boyd stood in front of the Tammany magistrate, Ryan by name, and pleaded guilty. A mistake, though not actually wrong, had crept into the charge sheet. In my excitement of the night before, the amount stolen had been entered as $32. And though this was the truth, I had meant to make it only $25. I was unintentionally to blame for this. It was now grand larceny instead of petty larceny. A magistrate could only deal with the lesser offense, and Boyd, therefore, was held for trial in general sessions, instead of being sentenced then and there. The look he gave me as Ryan spoke the words was like a knife. He believed I had done this purposely. A third unforgettable moment was when he was being roughly pushed downstairs on his way to a cell in the Tombs. He looked back forlornly over his shoulder at me. In the reporter's room, it was decided to print the Boyd story. I knew all the men. Acton Davies was there for the Evening Sun, specially sent down by McCloy. The reporters dragged and tore at me. I realized what interviewed victims felt when they wished to hide everything away inside themselves. Yet the facts had to be told. It was best I should give them accurately, if as briefly, as leniently as possible. The sight of all those vultures, of whom incidentally I was one, scribbling down busily the details of my intimate life with Boyd, to be hawked later in the streets as news, was likewise a picture not easily forgotten. Before the ordeal was over, Lawler returned from the cell. He insisted with a wink at me that he had made the arrest. The credit of the chase he also claimed. He had, too, additional facts about Boyd's past criminal career, of which I was quite ignorant, supplied by records at headquarters. Lawler intended to get all the advertisement for himself he could. I let his lying pass. On the whole, it seemed best to let him be responsible for the arrest. It made the story more commonplace, and, luckily, so far, I had not described this scene. An hour later, I was talking with Boyd between the bars of his cell in the Tombs prison, while, 2 hours later, every evening paper in New York had a column or a column and a half about us printed on its front page. There were scare headlines of atrocious sort. There were posters, too, showing our names in big letters. News that day happened to be scarce, and the Boyd story was good stuff, apparently. The talk with him in the cell was one of many. He was there 6 weeks before the trial came on. The papers finished him. The case was too notorious for him ever to swindle again unless he changed his name. They scarified him. They left out no detail. They hunted up 1,000 new ones. He had cut a wide swath, all over New York State, as one of them printed. I had not mentioned Pauline M. or the pastor's daughter, yet both were included. To see my own name in print for the first time, the names of my parents, and of half the peerage as well, was bad enough. To find myself classed with bad company generally, with crooks and rogues, with shady actresses, with criminals, was decidedly unpleasant. Paragraphs my brother wrote to me appeared in London papers, too. Copies of the New York ones were sent to my father. "Too foxy for Algernon" was a headline he read out to my brother in his library. Boyd had even written to him, signing himself "your cousin," to ask for money for "your poor son," but I had received no reply. There is no need now to mention names, but any distinguished connection either of us possessed appeared in the headlines or the article itself. Nephew of an earl held in $1,000 bail. Cousin of Lord X, scion of British aristocracy, a sneak thief, were some of the descriptions. Son of a duchess in the soup was another. The Stadtzeitung had a phrase which threw a momentary light on an aspect of lower life in the city. When Freitag, the German reporter, who had taught me how to write a court story, described me as "son einer sogenannten Herzogin," he only laughed when I spoke to him about it. "How should I know?" he said skeptically. Boyd came up in due course before Recorder Smythe in General Sessions, the most severe and most dreaded of all the judges. He still wore my thick suit. He wore also a pair of Harding Davis's boots, and, I believe, something else of Southern's. His sentence was 2 years in the penitentiary on Blackwell Island. A group of other people he had swindled, including artist Palmer, were in court. So was an assistant of Ikey's, with all our pawned articles. Every single thing, whether stolen goods or not, was returned to me. The doctor and Kay were also there. Some of his letters are a human document. Tombs, December 1892. Oh, Blackwood, what black treachery I returned you for your many kindnesses, base lying for all your straightforward dealing with me. You freely forgave me what 99 men out of every 100 would, if not imprisoned me for, certainly never have forgiven me. I returned evil for good, and you still bore with me. You said, I shall never forget it, for it was when you found the stamp torn off your letter. And even at that moment, I had money in my pocket belonging to you, just as I had when you shared your last 50-cent piece that night at Christie's. For I must say this, though I could tear myself to pieces when I think of it, you said, "B, how you must hate me." No, Blackwood, it seems a paradox, but I could not hate you if I tried to. I don't say this because I am in prison, or with any desire to flatter. I am sincere in everything I say, and it comes from my heart. You have every reason to think from my former actions that I am not sincere above reward, but I am. Oh, the old but nevertheless true remark, too late. It comes home to me with striking and horrible vividness. Too late. I have forfeited the respect of every good and honest man, have disgraced my English name and my family. But let me go. 5 years of service will be the best thing for me. I can enlist under another name and may perhaps get a commission in time. Give me the chance of redeeming myself, please. If ever any man was sincerely repentant for the past, I am that man, Arthur B. Please excuse mistakes and alterations. I am so fearfully shaky. The Tombs City Prison, Center Street, New York. Please read through before destroying it. I have begged another sheet of paper and stamp in order to make one final appeal. Will you not come down again on receipt of this? Please do, for God's sake. No visitors are allowed on New Year's Day or on Sunday. New Year's Day. What a New Year's Day for me. Let me begin it afresh. I have a favor to ask you, which I must ask you verbally. I cannot put it on paper. It is getting dark, so once more I ask you, I implore you to have mercy on me for my mother's sake. For her sake, spare. Arthur B. Visiting hours 10 to 2. I am speaking the truth and nothing but the truth when I say that I am sincerely sorry for all that I have done and implore your pardon. This is not an insincere expression, but one from my heart. Come down again, please, even to speak to me, for you don't know the mental agony I am suffering. A.B. Tombs City Prison, New Year's Day. It was more than kind of you to come all the way down here and then, after all, not be able to see me. Not much loss to you, it is true, but a bitter disappointment to me. Palmer came down and talked very kindly to me and instilled a little hope in me. But this is a wretched New Year's Day. I was talking to an old convict this morning, a man who in his life has been about 16 years in jail, and he said that if he had only been let off in the first instance, with a few days in here, he would have been a different man today. But after serving one term, he became reckless and has now become a notorious thief. As I said to you, think of me after 20 years penal servitude. Blackwood, won't you and Palmer stay your hands once more? I will leave the country, and if ever I should return, you could always have me arrested. I will never trouble you again. Let me make a fresh start once more. Should you decide not to press the charge, you can go to the district attorney's office and inform them of the fact. I once more implore you and Palmer to have pity on me, and please come and see me. May I wish you and Palmer a bright and happy New Year, brighter and happier than the past one. Arthur B. Many thanks for the paper and envelopes. Bless you. The Tombs. Very many thanks for your visit yesterday. It is the only pleasure I have. I believe what you say is true, that I am reaping the result of evil done in the past, and that only the real way to atone is to meet it squarely and accept my punishment without grumbling. If karma is true, it is just, and I shall get what I deserve, and not an iota more. I cannot tell you how grateful I am to you for being so lenient to me and even writing to the district attorney on my behalf. I am truly grateful, Blackwood. Please do not think I am not sorry for what I have done, or that I am not really penitent, for I am indeed. It was bitterly cold last night, and I was awfully glad to have my overcoat, and blessed you for sending it. I know you got it out of pawn for me, and that is another kindness. Again, for the last time probably, I thank you for your many acts of kindness. I bitterly regret and earnestly repent for the manner I treated you, returning evil for good. And I shall think much of you when serving my time under a blazing sun or in my cramped and chilly cell. Arthur B. Tombs Prison. I have just been to the courthouse and pleaded guilty. My sentence is remanded till Friday week. If I could only get that lawyer, I might get the sentence reduced a little, but Judge Smythe is a very hard man. My small hopes were dashed away on hearing that you had been subpoenaed to go before the grand jury this morning. Now all hope is gone, only blank despair. No hope. All is dark. I wish I could die, much rather that than suffer this awful remorse. Do you know, I sometimes think I am going mad? When I come out, I shall be too old for the army. And what else can a felon, a criminal, a convict do? Is crime the only refuge? Shall I sink lower and lower? Will what small sense of decency and honor I have left be utterly destroyed and made callous by propinquity with other criminals? What a frightful nightmare to conjure up. Nightmare? No, it is only too true. It is stern, inexorable reality. Thank you for sending the clothes. I had no change before. Bless you. A.B. Tombs Prison. What follows I wish to write voluntarily. It is a confession and relieves me. I certainly wish to convey to you the fact of my sincere and deep sorrow for the shameful manner I treated you and abused your confidence and kindness. I fear that one of my letters cannot have reached you, as I am sure I wrote at length on this subject. You mistake and misjudge me when you think it is only fear that prompts me to write as I do. My eyes are opened to the enormity of my past crimes, opened by thinking and seeing things in the proper light. I've been alone with my thought for days now, and God knows how many more days will pass over my head before I again face the world. It will relieve me to give you a full confession of my treachery, for I believe there is no real repentance without real confession. To begin with, the editor. I never had a chance of the position at Rockaway, although the editor once said casually that he would try and find me some similar position. I lied to you all through in that, for I wished you to think I had prospects of paying work in view. When you used to come down with me to Franklin Street, Harper's, I waited about upstairs and looked at books, etc., and then came down and concocted some lies about what I had said and done. I once borrowed $15 from him, Richard Harding Davis, editor, Harper's Weekly, and said they were for you. My dealings with Southern were that he from time to time lent me money, some $50 in all, and gave me a position at $10 a week. I told him when borrowing that the money was for your doctor, and when borrowing more I said you had wasted it in drink. I asked him to cash several of the checks I forged, but he would never do this. I was paid up in full by the manager and also for the extra performances of the disreputable Mr. Reagan. I little thought when I was playing Merivale's part that I should act it true to life. With Mr. Beatty, I lied all through. He never had any money of mine, or knew my mother, or ever heard from her. He never bailed me out, and I never used to see him as I said I did. You and Palmer thought that I spent some time in jail this summer, but I would rather not say anything in writing about that. My dealings with Palmer were that I borrowed money from him and said it was for you. I also went to your banker acquaintance and borrowed $25 for a specialist, saying it was at your request. I did pawn the overcoat you gave me to post to Kay, and that time you forgave me for stealing your money, I had in my pocket the proceeds of 3 stories of yours I had given the Sun, and they had paid for. But even in the face of your forgiveness, I wanted this money so much for my indulgences that I could not face the privation of handing it over to you. I lied in the face of your kindness and generosity, and when you even needed food, I was going about drinking and womanizing and spending freely. When my funds were exhausted, I came back to you, for I knew you would always forgive me. It is awful. No wonder you want to see me go to prison. I am as wicked a man as ever lived, I believe. I wonder what caused me to tell such lies. Am I a natural-born liar? It seems like it. You wrong me in one thing, and thinking my sorrow was sham and prompted by fear and the hope of getting off. I cannot find words to express my contrition. Believe me, I would do anything in my power and will do, when my term is up, to make reparation. I submit to the inevitable. I can imagine something now of what you must have suffered when I left you alone without food or money those 4 days and nights. I think, however, the worst thing I did was telling the pastor's daughter that you tried to prevent our meeting because you wished me to marry one of your sisters, though I do not know, of course, whether you have any even. That and the taking the stamps off your letters so that I could get beer seem to weigh most heavily with me now in my darkness and loneliness. I do not know what my sentence will be. Heavy, I suspect, unless I can get someone to plead for me. And I have not a single solitary friend to do that. I am utterly alone. I have been in the cell now 21 days, and have a week more before sentence is given. It seems like 6 months. No one can realize what prison is like till they have tried it. Believe me, I am deeply and truly sorry. I speak from my heart. Think of me as kindly as you can when I am in the penitentiary. I hope I shall see you once more. Arthur B. I saw Boyd twice in my life afterwards. I heard indirectly from him once. The prison chaplain wrote to ask for his things, which Boyd told him I insisted upon keeping. He never had any things at all while I knew him. The letter was indignant and offensive. Boyd had evidently told a tale to the chaplain. The first time I saw him was some 18 months after he had been sent up, good behavior evidently having shortened his term. I was walking up Irving Place and saw him suddenly about 50 yards in front of me. It was my own thick suit I recognized first, then its wearer. I instinctively called out his name. He turned, looked at me, hurried on, and went round the corner into 21st Street. Once round the corner, he must have run like a hare, for when I entered the street too, he had disappeared. The second and last time I saw him was in London 10 years later, at a bookstall in Charing Cross Station. He saw me, however, first, or before I could come close enough to speak, and he melted away into the crowd with swift and accomplished ease. I was near enough, though, to note that he had grown his heavy mustache again, still wore his eyeglass, and was smartly, even prosperously dressed. He looked very little older. From Linwood Palmer, whom I met soon afterwards in Piccadilly, I heard that my old employer, the horse, had seen him at Tattersall's not long before, and that he, Boyd, had come and begged Palmer not to give him away, as he was after some Jews only. Artist Palmer took no action. End of chapter 24.
Chapter 25 of Episodes Before 30 by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Paul Vida. Episodes Before 30, Chapter 25. McCloy took me back on the evening sun, according to his promise, about mid-January, and about the same time Mrs. Bernstein sold her house and moved to another lower down the street, almost opposite to the doctor's. There were no insects. All our things were out of pawn. We had overcoats again, but we had to find a new Ikey, for the old Ikey, of course, would have nothing more to do with our trousers. Gladstone bag, top hat, and tennis cups. The East 19th Street chapter was closed when Boyd went to Blackwell Island. Another in the same street had begun. Mrs. Bernstein begged us to move with her. We owed her big arrears of rent. Also, for some odd reason, she really liked us. In her odd way, she even tried to mother me, as though her interest, somewhere perhaps her pity too, were touched. "You have had trouble in England, I suppose?" she hinted sympathetically. She had read the newspapers carefully, and could not understand why I should be exiled in poverty in this way unless I had done something shady at home. It followed that I had been sent out to America for my country's good. She shared, that is, the view most people took of my position in New York. Only 3 months had passed since we arrived, but it seemed years. I had never lived anywhere else. The sheltered English life, the Canadian adventures, above all the months upon our happy island, lay far away down the wrong end of a telescope, small, distant patches, brightly colored, lit by a radiant sun, remote, incredible. It was not myself but another person I watched moving across these miniature maps of memory. Those happy days, states, places, those careless, sanguine moods, those former points of view so bright with hope, seemed gone forever. I now lived in a world where I belonged. I should never climb out again. The intensity of emotion at the time is difficult to realize now, and quite impossible to recapture. I only know that my feelings burned like fire, all the fiercer, of course, for being inarticulate. The exaggeration was natural enough. Everything was out of proportion in me. Boyd had destroyed my faith in people. I believed in no one. The doctor had said that to lose belief in others made life insupportable. I found that statement true. There was a deep bitterness in my heart that for a time was more than I could manage, and this distrust and bitterness led me into an act of cruelty that shames me to this day. Into the roar and thunder of that frenzied newspaper office stole a hesitating figure one afternoon, a shy youth with rosy cheeks and curly hair, dressed in shabby but well-cut clothes, and obviously an Englishman. He wore gloves and carried a cane. These marked him as a Britisher at once. He was asking for someone. Fingers were pointed at me. He was faintly familiar. I had seen the face before, but where? He came over and introduced himself as Calder, son of a Midland coach builder. We had met at some place or other outside a studio door, I think, and he knew Kay. I forget what he was doing in New York. Idling, I think, or traveling. He had outlived his cash, at any rate. He was in difficulties. I distrusted him instantly. He was, of course, another Boyd. I gave him the curtest possible greeting. He, in turn, found the greatest possible difficulty in telling me his story. I was sitting at the reporter's table in shirt sleeves, owing to the suffocating temperature of the overheated office, scribbling at top speed the details of some lurid story, while Calder told me his tale. He wanted to whisper, but the noise forced him to shout, and this disconcerted him. No one listened, however. He had merely brought a story in. He had, but it was his own story. I have quite forgotten what it was, or what had happened to him. Only the main point I remember. He had nowhere to sleep. Of his story I did not believe a single word, though I did believe that he had no bed. "Can I bunk with you tonight?" He came finally to the point. I told him he most certainly could not. He refused to believe me. I assured him I meant it. I was his last hope, he said with a nervous grin. I told him to try a doss house. He grinned, and giggled, and flushed, then thanked me. It would only be for a night or two, he urged. "You can't possibly let me walk the streets all night." I replied that one Boyd had been enough for me. I had learned my lesson. He could walk the streets for the rest of his life for all I cared. He giggled, still refusing to believe I meant it. His father was sending money. He would repay me. He went on pleading. I again repeated that I could not take him in. He left, still thanking me and blushing. Visions of another Boyd were in my mind. At the time, moreover, our poverty was worse than it ever had been. Boyd, I found, had sold 6 of my French stories to McCloy at $5 each, and had pocketed the money. My salary was now being docked $5 each week till his $30 was paid off. We had, therefore, only $10 a week between the two of us. Everything was in pawn again, and times were extra hard. To have Calder living on us was out of the question, for once he got in, we should never get him out. I was tired of criminal parasites. It was my head that argued thus. In my heart I knew perfectly well that Calder was guileless, innocent as milk, an honest, feckless, stupid fellow who was in genuine difficulty for the moment, but who would never sponge on us, and certainly do nothing mean. Conscience pricked me. For half an hour perhaps. In the stress and excitement of the day I then forgot him. That evening Acton Davis, the dramatic critic, gave me a theatre seat, on condition that I wrote the notice for him. It was after 11 when I reached home. Curled up in my bed, sound asleep, his clothes neatly folded on the chair lay Calder. It was February and freezing cold. Kay was away for the week, trying a new play at Mount Vernon, where he slept. There was no reason why I should not have let Calder spend at least one warm night in the room. But apart from the shock of annoyance at finding him asleep in my own bed, and apart from a moment's anger at his cool impudence, the startling parallel with Boyd was vividly unpleasant. It was Boyd number 2 I saw sleeping in my bed. If I let him stay one night, I should never get rid of him at all. $10 a week among 3. Calder must take up his bed and walk. I woke him and told him to dress and leave the room. I watched him dress, heard him plead, heard him describe the freezing weather, describe his walking the streets all night without a cent in his pockets. He blushed and giggled all the time. It was some minutes before he believed I was in earnest, before he crawled out of bed. It was much longer before he was dressed and ready to go. I saw him down the stairs and through the front door and out into the bitter street. I gave him $1, which represented 2 days' meals for me, and would pay a bed in a doss house for him. When he was gone, I spent a wretched night, ashamed of myself true and true. It really was Boyd who turned him out, but the excuse had no comfort in it. The little incident remains unkindly vivid. I still see it. It happens over again. The foolish, good-natured face, the blushes and shyness, the implicit belief in my own kindness, the red cheeks and curly hair, going through the front door into the bitter streets. It all stands out. Shame and remorse go up and down in me while I write it now, a belated confession. I never saw Calder again. Another thing that still shames me is our treatment of old greasy Mother Bernstein. Though a little thing, this likewise keeps vividly alive. A little thing. The big things, invariably, with extenuating circumstances that furnish modifying excuses and comforting explanations, are less stinging in the memory. It is the little things that pierce and burn and prick, for years to come. In my treatment of Mrs. Bernstein, at any rate, lay an alleviating touch of comedy. In the end, too, the debt was paid. 12 months later, it seemed a period of years. Kay got suddenly from a brother £100, an enormous sum, while I had twice received from my brother, God bless him, post office orders for £10. This was a long time ahead yet. But Mrs. Bernstein eventually received her due, with our sincerest thanks. She had moved to another house in Lafayette Place by then. We paid up and left her, Kay going to one boarding house, I to another. The payment in full, at any rate, relieved my conscience, for the way we bullied that poor old Jewess was inexcusable. The excuse I found seemed adequate at the time. However, we must frighten her or be turned out. Each time she pressed for payment, out came my heavy artillery. Imaginary insects, threats of newspaper articles, bluster, bluff, and bullying of every description, often reducing her to tears, and the final indignant volley to the effect that, if you don't trust us, we had better go. In fact, if this occurs again, we shall go. More than once we pretended to pack up. More than once I announced that we had found other rooms. Next Monday I shall pay you the few dollars we owe, and leave your house, and you will read an account of your conduct in the Evening Sun, Mrs. Bernstein. She invariably came to heel. I asked my husband. Had no sequel. By frightening and bullying her, I stayed on and on and on, owing months and months' rent and breakfast. Our ascendancy over her was complete. It was, nonetheless, a shameful business, for at the time it seemed doubtful if we should ever be in a position to pay the kind old woman anything at all. The 15 months I now spent reporting for the Evening Sun at $15 a week lie in the mind like a smudged blur of dreary wretchedness, a few incidents only standing out. The desire for the drug was conquered. The old doctor was dead. Kay had obtained a position with a firm in Exchange Place, where he made a small, uncertain income in a business that was an absolute mystery to me, the buying and selling of exchange between banks. Louis B. had meanwhile arrived without a cent to his name. It was a long and bitter period, 3 of us in a small room again, but at least an honest 3. Louis's French temperament ran to absinthe, when he could get it. He used the mattress on the floor, while Kay and I shared the bed between us. Our clothes were useless to the short, rotund little Frenchman. As the weeks passed, he looked more and more like a pantomime figure in the streets, and when he went to give his rare French and Spanish lessons, he never dared to take off his overcoat, which he had managed to keep, even in the hottest room, nor during the most torrid of summer days. Often he dared not unbutton the collar he turned up about his neck, affirming with much affected coughing that he had a dreadful throat. He was by nature and habit an inveterate cigarette smoker. A cigarette, indeed, meant more to him than a meal, and I can still see him crawling about the floor of the room on all fours in the early morning, hunting snipe, as he called it. In other words, looking for fag ends. He was either extremely sanguine or extremely depressed. In the former mood, he planned the most alluring and marvelous schemes. In the latter, he talked of suicide. His wife, whom he dearly loved, had a baby soon after his arrival. He suffered a good deal. He was a great addition to our party, if at the same time a great drain on our purse. His keen materialistic French mind was very eager, logical, well-informed, and critical in a destructive sense, an iconoclast if ever there was one. All forms of belief were idols it was his great delight to destroy. Faith was superstition. Cosmogonies were inventions of men whose natural feebleness forced them to seek something bigger and more wonderful than themselves. Creeds, from primitive animism to Buddhism and Christianity, were similarly man-made with a dose of pretentious ethics thrown in, while soul, spirit, survival after death were creations of human vanity and egoism, and had not a single atom of evidence to support them from the beginning of the world to date. Naturally, he disbelieved everything that I believed, and naturally, too, our arguments left us both precisely where we started. But they helped the evenings, often hungry evenings, to pass without monotony, and when, as sometimes though but rarely happened, Louis had come by a drop of absinthe, monotony was entirely forgotten. He would sit cross-legged on his mattress, his brown eyes sparkling in the round little face, his thick curly black hair looking like stiff wire, his podgy hands gesticulating, his language voluble in French and English mixed, his infectious laughter ringing and bubbling out from time to time, and the evening would pass like magic. He was charged with poetry and music too. On absinthe evenings, indeed, it was difficult to get any sleep at all. And the first thing in the morning he would be hunting for snipe, on all fours, cursing life and fate, in a black depression which made him think of suicide, and looking like a yellow Chinese god of luck that had come to life. Hunger was agony to him, but oddly enough, he never grew less rotund. He particularly enjoyed singing what he called La Messe Noire, with astonishing variations in his high falsetto. This Mass was performed by all three of us to a plaster-cast faun an artist had given me in Toronto. It had come in the packing case with our other things, this Donatello, and we set it on the mantelpiece, filled a saucer with melted candles stolen from a boarder's room, lit the piece of string which served for wick, and turned the gas out. In the darkened room the faunish face leered and moved, as the flickering light from below set the shadows shifting about its features. The fiddle, Louis' thin falsetto, Kay's bass, badly out of tune, and my own voice thrown in as well, produced a volume of sound the other boarders strongly objected to. At 1 o'clock in the morning. Yet the only time Mrs. Bernstein came to complain, she got no farther than the door. Louis had a blanket over his head and shoulders. Kay was in his nightshirt, which was a day shirt really, the old Irving wig lying crooked on his head, and I was but half dressed, fiddling for all I was worth. The darkened room, the three figures passing to and fro and chanting, the strange weird face of the faun lit by the flickering flame from below, startled her so that she stood stock still on the threshold, without a word. The next second she was gone. What eventually happened to Louis I never knew. Months later he moved to a room uptown. We lost track of one another, and I have no idea how fate behaved to him in afterlife. He was 35 when he sang the Messe Noire, hunted snipe, and gave occasional lessons in French and Spanish. These trivial little memories remain vivid, for some reason, to my precious Sundays in Bronx Park, or farther afield when the days grew longer. He came too, and Kay came with him. We shared the teapot and tin mug I still kept hidden behind the boulder. We shared the fire I always made. Neither of my companions shared my mood of happiness. I was glad when they both refused to get up and start at 8, preferring to spend the morning in bed. For months and months I never missed a single Sunday, wet or fine, for these outings were life to me, and I made a rough lean-to that kept the rain off in bad weather. The car fare was only 30 cents both ways. Bread and a lump of cheese provided 2 meals. There were few Sundays when I did not get at least 7 or 8 hours of intense happiness among the trees and wild stretches of what was to me a veritable Eden of delight. Nothing experienced in later life tender or grandiose, neither the splendor of the Alps, the majesty of the Caucasus, the mystery of the desert, the magic of spring in Italy, or the grim wonder of the real backwoods which I tasted later too. None of these produced the strange and subtle ecstasy of happiness I found on those Sundays in the wastes of scrubby Bronx Park, a few miles from New York City. It was, of course, but the raw material, so to speak, of beauty, which indeed is true always of scenery as a whole, but it was possible to find detail which, grouped together, made unforgettable pictures by the score. Though deprived of technique, I could see the pictures I need never think of painting. The selection of significant detail in scenery is the secret of enjoyment, for such selection can be almost endless. The hours passed too quickly always, but they provided the energy to face what to me was the unadulterated misery of the week to follow. A book was in my pocket and Shelley was in my memory. From the tram to the trees was half a mile, perhaps, but with the first sight of these, with the first scent of leaves and earth, the first touch of the wind of open spaces on my tongue, my joy rose like a great sea wave, and the city life, with all its hideousness, was utterly forgotten. What occupied my mind during those 7 or 8 hours it would be tedious to describe. I was, besides, hopelessly inarticulate in those early days. Conclusions I arrived at were reached by feeling, not by thinking. One, in particular, about which I felt so positive that I knew it was true. I could no more have expressed in words than I could have flown or made a million. This particular conclusion that the Sundays in Bronx Park gave me has naturally been expressed by others far better than I could ever express it. But the first time I came across the passage, perhaps a dozen years later in London, my thought instantly flashed back to the teapot, the tin mug, and the boulder in Bronx Park, when the same conviction had burned into my own untaught mind. Start quote. One conclusion was forced upon my mind, and my impression of its truth has ever since remained unshaken. It is that our normal waking consciousness, rational consciousness as we call it, is but one special type of consciousness, whilst all about us, parted from it by the filmiest of screens, there are potential forms of consciousness entirely different. We may go through life without suspecting their existence, but apply the requisite stimulus, and at a touch they are there in all their completeness, definite types of mentality, which probably somewhere have their field of application and adaptation. No account of the universe in its totality can be final which leaves these other forms of consciousness quite disregarded. At any rate, they forbid a premature closing of our accounts with reality. The whole drift of my education goes to persuade me that the world of our present consciousness is only one out of many worlds of consciousness that exist, and that these other worlds must contain experiences which have a meaning for our life also. The insight in these other states has a keynote invariably of reconciliation. It is as if the opposites of the world, whose contradictions and conflict make all our difficulties and troubles, were melting into unity. End quote. Begin *footnote. Varieties of Religious Experience, William James. End *footnote. The immortal may mingle with certain moods, perhaps especially when violent contrast underlies the transition, and when deep yearnings, suppressed equally with violence, find their sudden radiant outlet. Since those Bronx Park days when nature caught me with such profound, uplifting magic, yet when thought was dumb and inarticulate, I am forever coming across neat expressions by better minds than mine of what I then felt and even believed I knew in some unimagined way. Nature drew me, perhaps, away from life, while at the same time there glowed in my heart strange, unrealizable desires to help life, to assist at her utopian development, to work myself to the bone for the improvement of humanity. The contradiction, silly and high-flown though it now sounds, was then true. Inextinguishable fires, to this end, blazed in me. Both mind and heart were literally on fire. My failure with Boyd, my meanness with Calder, to mention no graver lapses, both bit deep. But the intense longing to lose myself in some utopian cause was as strong as the other longing to be lost in the heart of some unstained and splendid wilderness of natural beauty. And the conflict puzzled me. Being inarticulate, I could not even find relief in words, though, as mentioned, I have often since discovered my feelings of those distant days expressed neatly enough by others. Only a few days ago I came across an instance. Start quote. If nature catches the soul young, it is lost to humanity. End quote. Groans Leroy in a truly significant book of 1922. Begin dagger footnote. The Interpreters by A.E. The characters interpret the relation of the politics of time to the politics of eternity. End dagger footnote. No, no, replies the poet. The earth spirit does not draw us aside from life. How could that which is father and mother of us all lead us to err from the law of our being? And again, as I sat puzzling about the amazing horror of what was called the civilization of the New World, and doubtless making the commonplace mistake of thinking that New York City was America. Start quote. Every great civilization, I think, has a deity behind it, or a divine shepherd who guided it on some plan in the cosmic imagination. Behold, said an ancient oracle, how the heavens glitter with intellectual sections. These are archetypal images we follow dimly in our evolution. How do you conceive of these powers as affecting civilization? I believe they are incarnate in the race, more in the group than in the individual, and they tend to bring about an orchestration of the genius of the race, to make manifest in time their portion of eternal beauty. End quote. Begin asterisk footnote. The Interpreters by A.E. End asterisk footnote. My conception of the universe, at any rate, in these early days, was imaginative entirely. The critical function which comes with greater knowledge, with reason, with fuller experience, lay wholly dormant. I communed with both gods and devils. New York stoked the furnace, provided the contrasts. Experience very slowly furnished the files and sandpaper, which lay bare what may be real beneath by rubbing away the pretty gilt. Certain convictions of those far days, however, stood the test, whatever that test may be worth, and have justified themselves to me with later years as assuredly not guilt. That unity of life is true, and that our normal human consciousness is but one type, and a somewhat insignificant type at that, hold unalterably real for me today. My other conviction, born in Bronx Park in 1892, by the teapot, tin mug, and familiar boulder which concealed these indispensable utensils during the week, is that the mystical experience known to many throughout the ages, with invariable similarity, is not a pathogenic experience, but is due to a desirable, genuine, and valuable expansion of consciousness, which furnishes knowledge, normally ahead of the race. But since language can only describe the experience of the race, that it is incommunicable because no words exist, and that only those who have experienced it can comprehend it. The best equipped modern intellectual, above all the intellectual perhaps, the most advanced scientist, as, on the other hand, the drayman, the coster, the city clerk, must remain not only dumb before its revelation, stupid, hopelessly at sea, angry, probably, but contemptuous and certainly mystified. They must also appear, if they be honest, entirely and unalterably skeptical. Such skepticism is their penalty. It is equally their judge and their confession. End of chapter 25.
Chapter 26 of Episodes Before 30 by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dan Gierczynski. Episodes Before 30, Chapter 26. Among the incidents that stand out from the dim, miserable smudge of 15 months is one that centers about a strange figure and a most lovable fellow named Angus Hamilton. Various odd fish drifted onto the paper as reporters and drifted off again. They form part of an unimportant kaleidoscope. But Angus Hamilton, with his generosity, his startling habits, his undoubted ability, his sad and sudden end, stands out. My position had improved since the publication of the Boyd story, chiefly, of course, because of the way the peerage had been dragged into its details and its headlines. I received no advance in salary, but I received an advance in respect. Even McCloy was different. "Why waste your time with us?" He spat at me like a machine gun with a rapid smile. "Go home, collect a lot of umbrellas and turned-up trousers and letters of introduction. Then come out to visit the States, marry an heiress, and go home and live in comfort." He was very lenient to my numerous mistakes. Other papers got a beat on me. I fell down times without number. I failed to get an interview with all and sundry because I could not find the nerve to intrude at certain moments into the lives and griefs of others. But McCloy winked the other eye. Even if he never raised my pay, other men were sacked out of hand. I stayed on. "You've got a pull with Mac," said Whitey. New men took the places of the lost. Among these I noticed an Englishman. Cooper noticed him too. "Better share an umbrella and go arm in arm," he said, in his good-natured way. "He's a fellow Britisher." Why he came to New York I never understood. He was a stepson of Pinero, the playwright, and he received occasional moneys from Daniel Frohman, by way of allowance, I supposed, though I never knew exactly. Clever though he was a worse reporter than myself because he didn't care two straws whether he got the news or did not get it. He had a pull of some sort, with Laughlin probably, we thought. He came to our boarding house in East 19th Street. He had a bad stammer. His methods of reporting were peculiar to himself. Often enough, when sent out on a distasteful assignment, he simply went home. He had literary talent and wrote well when he liked. When Frohman handed out his money, he spent it in giving a big dinner to various friends, though he never included Kay, Lewis, or myself among his distinguished guests. We had no dress suits, for one thing. Hamilton was perhaps 21 at the time, a trifle younger than myself at any rate. He came downstairs sometimes to spend the evening in our room. In spite of his stammer and a certain shyness, he was always very welcome. He liked above all to listen to weird stories I used to tell. Strange, wild, improbable tales akin to ghost stories. When the Black Mass failed to attract, when Lewis was uninspired by absinthe, or when no argument was afoot, such as whether poet or scientist were the highest type of human being, I discovered this taste for spinning yarns, usually of a ghostly character, and found, to my surprise, that my listeners were enthralled. At a moment's notice, no theme or idea being in mind, I found that I could invent a tale with beginning, middle, and climax. Something in me, doubtless, sought a natural outlet. The stories, at any rate, poured forth endlessly. "May I write that one?" Hamilton would ask. "It's a corker." He would bring his written version to read to us a few evenings later. "It ought to sell," he said, though I never heard that it did sell actually. Certainly it never occurred to me that I might write and sell it myself. And Angus Hamilton is mentioned here because it was owing to a chance act of his that I eventually took to writing and so found my liberty. This happened some 12 years later, when I was living in a room in Halsey Street, Chelsea, sweating my life out in the dried milk business, and earning barely enough at the job to make both ends meet. A hansom stopped suddenly near me in Piccadilly Circus. Its occupant shouted my name, then sprang out. Angus Hamilton! He came round to my room for a talk over old days. He had done well for himself as Reuters correspondent in the Manchurian War, had published a book on Korea, and was just off to China again as Reuters agent. He reminded me of the stories I used to tell in the New York boarding house. I had written some of these, a couple of dozen perhaps, and they lay in a cupboard. Could he see them? Might he take them away and read them? It had been my habit and delight to spend my evenings composing yarns on my typewriter, finding more pleasure in this than in any dinner engagement, theater, or concert. Why this suddenly began I cannot say, but I guess at a venture that the accumulated horror of the years in New York was seeking expression. Wandering in Richmond Park at night was the only rival entertainment that could tempt me from the joy of typing out some tale or other in solitude. Jimbo I had already written twice. several of the John Silence tales as well, and numerous other queer ghostly stories of one sort or another. From among these last, Hamilton took a dozen or so away with him, but forgot to send them back as he had promised. He had gone to China, I supposed, and the matter had slipped his mind. It didn't matter much. I went on writing others. The stories were no good to anybody, the important thing being the relief and keen pleasure I found in their expression. But some weeks later, a letter came from a publisher. "I have read your book. My reader tells me this and that about your stories. I shall be glad to publish them for you." And then a few words about a title and a request that I would call for an interview. It was some little time before I realized what the publisher was talking about. Hamilton, without asking permission, had sent my stories to him. Eveline Nash was the publisher, and his reader at that time was Maud Folks, who later wrote Lady Cardigan's memoirs, numerous other biographies, also My Own Past, and to whom I owe an immense debt for unfailing guidance, help, and encouragement from that day to this. I never forget my shrinking fear at the idea of appearing in print, my desire to use another name, my feeling that it was all a mistake somewhere, the idea that I should have a book of my own published being too absurd to accept as true. My relief when eventually the papers gave it briefest possible mention, a few words of not unkindly praise or blame. I remember, too, and my astonishment some weeks later to find a column in The Spectator, followed not long afterwards by an interesting article in the literary page of the Morning Post on the genus ghost story, based on my book, by Hilaire Belloc, as he told me years later, all of which prompted me to try another book, and after the third John Silence had appeared, to renounce a problematical fortune in dried milk, and with typewriter and kit bag, to take my precious new liberty out to the Jura Mountains, where, at 4.5 francs a day, I lived in reasonable comfort and wrote more books. I was then 36. Whether I should be grateful to my fellow reporter on the Evening Sun is another matter. Liberty is priced above money, at any rate. I have written some 20 books, but the cash received for these, though it has paid for rent, for food, for clothing separately, has never been enough to pay for all three together, even on the most modest scale of living. And my returns, both from America and England, remain still microscopic. Angus Hamilton I never saw again. A year or so later, while on a lecture tour in New York, things apparently went wrong with him. Life drove against him in some way. He put a sudden end to himself. It seems strange to me now that so few incidents, and those such trivial ones, stand out from the long months of newspaper work in New York. Harrowing and dreadful stories, appalling in their evidence of human degradation, or poignant beyond words in their revelation of misery, temptation, failure, were my daily experience, week after week, month after month. I might now have bulky scrapbooks packed with thrilling plots of every kind, all taken from life. My affair with Boyd, moreover, had taught me how much of curious psychological interest lay behind the most ordinary arrest for a commonplace crime. Yet of all these thousands of cases, I remember hardly a single one, while of uninteresting assignments Cooper gave me, several still live vividly in my memory. Social reporting in particular both amused and distressed me, for which reasons probably it has not faded. Sitting in the lobby at Sherry's or Delmonico's when a ball or society function was in progress, and taking the names of the guests as they entered, taking the snubs and rudeness of these gay, careless folks as well, was not calculated to add much to my self-respect. The lavish evidence of money, the excess, often the atrocious taste, even stirred red socialism in me, although this lasted only till I was out in the street again. Various connections, distant or otherwise, of my family often, too, visited New York, while more than one had married an American girl of prominent name. It was odd to see Lord Ava, Dufferin's eldest son, walk up the steps, and odder still to jot down his name upon the list of those present. There was an American woman, too, who bore my mother's name. To see any of these people was the last thing on earth I wished, much less to speak to them or be recognized. They were in another world to mine. Nonetheless, I had odd sensations when I saw them. A ball of deaf mutes, too, remains very clear. Only the shuffling sound of the boots and of the big drum, whose heavy vibrations through their feet enabled them to keep time, breaking the strange hush of the dancing throng, forever gesticulating with busy fingers. A much-coveted annual assignment once came my way, through the kindness of McCloy, I think. The visit to the winter quarters of Barnum and Bailey's circus. Every newspaper was invited. The animals were inspected, an article was written, and the circus opened its yearly tour with immense advertisements. In the evening there was a banquet. I came home in the early hours with my pockets stuffed for Kay and Lewis, cigars, fruit, rolls, and all imaginable edibles that might bear the transport. But the occasion is clear for another reason. Elephants and rats. The keeper told us that the elephants were terrified of rats because they feared the little beasts would run up their trunks. We doubted his story. He offered to prove it. In the huge barn where some 25 monsters stood, chained by the feet against the walls, he emptied a sackful of live rats. The stampede, the trumpeting of those frightened elephants is not easily forgotten. In the center of the great barn stood masses of hay cut into huge square blocks, and the sight of us climbing for safety to the top of these slippery, precariously balanced piles of hay is not easily forgotten either. The raid at dawn upon a quasi-lunatic asylum kept by an unqualified man should have left sharper impressions than is the case, for it was certainly dramatic and sinister enough. Word came to the office that a quack doctor was keeping a private home for lunatics at Amityville, Long Island, and that sane people, whom interested parties wished out of the way, were incarcerated among the inmates. The health department were going to raid it at dawn. It was to be a scoop for the Evening Sun, and the assignment was given to me. I started while it was still dark, crossing the deserted ferry long before the sun was up. But when I reached the lonely house, surrounded by fields and a few scattered trees, I found that every newspaper in the city was represented. Even the flimsy men were there, all cursing their fate in the chilly air of early morning. No light showed in the building. The eastern sky began to flush. With the first glimmer of dawn, I saw the sheriff's men at their various posts, hiding behind trees and hedges, some crouching under the garden shrubberies, some concealed even on the veranda of the house. After a long and weary wait, the house began to stir. Shutters were taken down. A window, then a door were thrown open. Figures became visible, moving inside from room to room, and presently someone came out onto the veranda. He was instantly seized and taken away. After several men and women had been arrested in this way, a general raid of the whole house took place. A dozen of the sheriff's men rushed in, the nurses, male and female, the doctor, proprietor, his assistants, and every single inmate, sane or crazy, were all caught and brought out under arrest before they had tasted breakfast. It was broad daylight by this time. The whole party of at least 30 were assembled in a barn where a magistrate, brought down specially for the purpose, held an impromptu court. Some of the inmates were insane at the time and had been so before incarceration. Others certainly had been deliberately made insane by the harsh and cruel treatment to which they had purposely been subjected. There were painful episodes, while the testimony was hurriedly listened to in that improvised court of inquiry. Yet it is all vanished from my memory. I forget even what the sequel was, or what sentence the infamous proprietor received later on from a properly constituted court. Many a sane man or woman had been rendered crazy by the treatment, I remember, and the quack had taken heavy payments from interested relatives for this purpose. But all details have vanished from my mind. What chiefly remains is the wonder of that breaking dawn, the light stealing over the sky, the sweet smell of the country, and the tang of the salt sea. These, with the singing of the early birds and the great yearnings they stirred in me, left deep impressions. One reason I am sure why such painful and dramatic incidents have left so little trace is that I had a way of shielding myself from the unpleasantness of them, so that their horror or nastiness, as the case might be, never really got into me deeply. By a method of detachment, as mentioned earlier, I protected my sensitive inner self from being too much wounded. I would depute just sufficient intelligence and observation to attend to the immediate work in hand, while the rest of me, the major portion, lay inactive, uninvolved, certainly inoperative. Painful and vivid impressions were none the less received, of course, only I refused to admit or recognize them. They emerged years later in stories, perhaps, these suppressed hieroglyphics. But at the actual time I could so protect myself that I did not consciously record them, and hence, I think, my faint recollection now of 1,000 horrible experiences during these New York reporting days. This detachment, in the ignorant way I used it, was perhaps nothing less than shirking of the unpleasant. At 23, I had not yet discovered that better method which consists in facing the unpleasant without reservation or evasion, while raising the energy thus released into a higher channel, transmuting it, as the jargon of 1922 describes it. Detachment, however, even in its earliest stages, and provided it does not remain merely where it starts, is an acquisition not without value. It can lead, at any rate, to interesting and curious experiments. It deputes the surface consciousness, or sufficient of it, to deal with some disagreeable little matter in hand, while the subconscious or major portion of the self, for those who are aware of possessing it, may travel and go free. It is, I think, Bly Bond in his Gate of Remembrance, who mentions that the automatic writer whose revelations are there given read a book aloud while his hand with the pencil wrote. Many a literary man whose inspiration depends upon the stirrings of this mysterious subconscious region knows that to read a dull book, or talk to a dull person, engages just enough of his surface consciousness to set the other portion free. Reading verse, though not poetry, of course, has this effect. For some, a cinema performance with the soothing dimness, the music, the ever-shifting yet not too arresting pictures works the magic. For others, light music. For others, again, looking out of a train window. There are as many ways as individuals. To listen to Mrs. de Montmorency Smith telling her tedious dream, while you hear just enough to comment intelligently upon her endless details, even using some of these details to feed your own more valuable dream, is an admirable method, I am told. And my own childish habit of squeezing through the crack between yesterday and tomorrow, in that horrible bed of East 19th Street, merely happened to be my own little personal adaptation of the principle. Incidences that had held a touch of comedy remain more clearly in the memory than those that held ugliness and horror only. A member of the Reichstag Central Party, for instance, Rector Alwart by name, came out to conduct a campaign against the Jews. He was violently anti-Semitic. I was sent to meet his steamer at quarantine because I could speak German, and my instructions were to warn him that America was a free country, that the Jews were honorable and respected citizens, and that abuse would not be tolerated for a moment. These instructions I carried out while we drank white wine in the steamer's smoking room. Freitag, I noticed with amusement, himself a Jew, was there for the Staatssitzung. Alwart, however, was impervious to advice or warnings. At his first big meeting in the Cooper Union Hall, arriving late, I noticed at once two things. The seats were packed with Jews, while almost as many policemen stood about waiting, and the reporters' tables underneath the platform showed several open umbrellas. Both, I knew, were ominous signs. Alwart himself, fat, beaming in full evening dress, was already haranguing the huge audience. At first he was suave and gentle, even mealy-mouthed, but before long his prejudices mastered him and his language changed. Up rose a member of the audience and advised him angrily to go back to Germany. The police ejected the interrupter. Others took his place. Then suddenly the fusillade began, and up went the reporters' umbrellas. A flying egg caught the speaker full on his white shirt front. Another yellowed his dazzling white waistcoat. A third smashed over his fat face. Pandemonium reigned, during which the German melted out of the landscape and disappeared from his first and last anti-Semite meeting in New York City. He attempted a little propaganda from the safe distance of Hoboken, New Jersey, but the press campaign against him was so violent and covered him with such ridicule that he very soon took steamer back to his Berlin. Every little detail of this incident, were it worth telling, I could give accurately. There was no reason to be detached, unless the protection of the world man's umbrella comes under that description. It was somewhere about this time, too, that another trivial incident occurred, refusing to be forgotten. It, again, increased the respect shown to me by the staff of the paper, Americans being truly democratic, though it did not increase my salary. A belted earl left his card on me. Coming in breathless from some assignment, I saw McCloy staring at me. "Is this for you?" he asked sarcastically, handing me a visiting card. A brother-in-law, His Excellency into the bargain, governor of an Australian province, to which he was then on his way, had climbed those narrow spiral stairs and asked for me. The letters after his name alone were enough to produce a commotion in that democratic atmosphere. He was staying at the Brevoort House, and he certainly behaved like a man, thought Kay and I, as we enjoyed more than one good dinner at his expense in the hotel. Proud of me he had certainly no cause to be, but if he felt ashamed, equally he gave no sign of it. He even spoke on my behalf to Paul Dana, the editor-proprietor's son, who assured him that I was a bright fellow, a description the staff managed to get hold of somehow and applied to me ever afterwards. His brief visit, both because of its kindness and its general good effect, stand out at any rate in the bright fellow's memory. Like Dufferin in the Hub, he fired a shot for me. The months dragged by in their dreary, hated length, while numerous chances of getting more congenial work were tried in vain. Torrid summer heat, with its all-dissolving humidity, replaced the bitter winter. The deep-baked streets that never cooled, the stifling nights, the heat waves when the temperature stood between 90 and 100 in the shade, and we toiled about the blazing pavements in shirt-sleeves carrying a palm-leaf fan. And when the moisture in the air made the very copy-paper stick to the hand that wrote upon it, those 4 months of New York summer were a misery. We had only our winter clothes to wear. A white collar was dirty pulp before 9 in the morning. The dazzling electric light sign flashed nightly in the air above 23rd Street with its tempting legend, "Manhattan Beach swept by ocean breezes," while the ice carts in the streets were the nearest approach to comfort we could find. Many a time I followed one at close quarters to taste a whiff of cooler air. Life became unendurable, yet day followed day, night followed night, week followed week, till one's last breath of energy seemed exhausted by the steaming furnace of the city air. The respectable quarters of the town were, of course, deserted, but the east side and the poorer parts became a gigantic ant-heap, thousands of families sleeping on the balconies of the packed tenement houses, as though a whole underground world had risen suddenly to the surface. Children died by the hundred. There were heat strokes by the score. It was too hot to eat. Reporting in such weather was a trying business. A reporter was entitled to a fortnight's holiday in the year, and though none was due to me, McCloy let me go about the middle of October. I procured a railway pass and went off to Halliburton, Ontario, to spend my precious 12 days with a settler in the backwoods. He was a Scotsman I had met during our island days, and Halliburton was not far from our own delightful lake. On my way back, the cable came telling of my father's death while being brought home from Ems. I was spending the night with an old friend of his in Hamilton, Ontario, where he had a church. Originally in the Navy, the evangelical movement had converted him, and he had taken to it with such zeal that a church and parish became a necessity of life. He was sincere and sympathetic, and the bad news could have come to me in no better place. The next day I returned to New York and resumed my life of reporting on the paper. The elections had been fought, and Tammany was beaten, a wave of republicanism sweeping both state and city. A committee of investigation under Senator Lexow was appointed to examine into the methods of Tammany Hall, and for weeks I sat in court while the testimony was taken, and the most amazing stories of crime, corruption, wickedness, and horror I ever heard were told by one protected witness after another. It brought to light a veritable reign of terror. John Goff was prosecuting counsel. He became recorder in place of Judge Smythe as his reward. Boss Croker, head of Tammany, was conveniently in England and could not be subpoenaed. Other leaders, similarly, were well out of reach. Tammany, it was proved up to the hilt, had extorted an annual income of $15 million in illegal contributions from Vice. The court was a daily theater in which incredible melodrama and tragedy were played. With this thrilling exception, the work I had to do remained the same as before. A second Christmas came round. Another spring began to melt the gloomy skies. Conditions, it is true, were a little easier, for Lewis had left us, and Kay was earning $10 or $15 a week in exchange place. But by March or April, the 18 months of underfeeding and trying work had brought me personally to the breaking point. It was late in April I read that gold had been found in the Rainy River district, which lay in the far northwestern corner of Ontario, the river of that name being the frontier between Minnesota State and Canada. The paragraph stating the fact was in a Sunday paper I read on my way to Bronx Park, and the instant I saw it, my mind was made up. It was spring. The primitive instinct to strike camp and move on was in the blood. A nostalgia for the woods was in it, too. The prospect of another torrid, moist summer in the city at $15 a week was more than I could face. That scrap of news, at any rate, decided me. And, truth to tell, it was not so much the lure of gold that called me as the lure of the wilderness. I longed to see the big trees again, to smell the old naked earth, to hear water falling and feel the great winds blow. It was an irresistible call. My one terror, as when I decided to buy the dairy 2 years before, was that someone would tell me there was no gold, that it was not worth going, or would prevent me in some other way. I deliberately hid from myself all unfavorable information while I collected all possible items that might justify my intention. That same night I showed the paragraph to Kay. "I'll go," he said at once. "But let's get a third, a fourth too, if we can." He mentioned Paxton, an engineer aged 35 who had just lost all his worldly possessions in speculation. Paxton said he would come with us. The fourth was R.M., son of the clergyman in Hamilton. R.M., whose father was brother to a belted earl, was an insurance agent and making a good living at his job. He was my own age, also my own height. He was, besides, a heavy-set amateur boxer of considerable prowess, and his favorite time for holding bouts in the ring was Sunday evenings, to which fact a rival clergyman had recently taken occasion to refer slightingly to his own pulpit. R.M., resenting the slur upon both himself and his father, had waited outside the church door one Sunday after the evening service, and when the clergyman emerged, had asked for an apology, a public one, in the pulpit. On being met with an indignant refusal, R.M. invited the other to put him up. The thrashing that followed produced a great scandal in the little town, and R.M. found the place too hot to hold him. He therefore jumped at the idea of the goldfields. The arrangements were made, of course, by letter, and took some little time. But on a given morning in early May, R.M. was to join our train as it passed through Hamilton. I had been able to procure passes for the lot of us as far as Duluth, some 1,500 miles distant, on Lake Superior, and from there we should have to travel another 150 miles by canoe down the Vermilion River to Rainy Lake City, for the foundations of which the forest I read had already been partially cleared. Several further articles had appeared in the papers. It was a gorgeous country. Men were flocking in, and the Bank of Montreal had established a branch in a temporary shack. Moreover, as mentioned before, it was spring. That a man of Paxton's age and experience should have made this long expedition without first satisfying himself that it was likely to be worthwhile has always puzzled me. He was an easy-going, good-natured man whose full figure proclaimed that he liked the good things of life. But he was in grave difficulties, graver, perhaps, than I ever knew, and I think he was not sorry to contemplate a trip across the border. His attitude, at any rate, was that he didn't care a rap so long as I get out of here. That Kay and myself and R.M. should take the adventure was natural enough, for none of us had anything to lose, and whatever happened, we should get along somehow. And even out of the frying pan into the fire was better than the summer furnace of the city. R.M. wrote that he had $100. Paxton produced $50. I supplied the railway passes and added my last salary, together with some $8 that Ike, number 2, was persuaded to hand over. "Send some stuff along," fired McCloy, opening his eyes a little wider than usual when I told him. "Any hot stuff you get, I'll use." It has already been told how Kay missed the train by a few minutes, and how Whitey, waving his parting present of a bottle of bourbon whiskey, was the final picture Paxton and I had of New York City as the evening train pulled out. End of chapter 26.
Chapter 27 of Episodes Before 30 by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. Chapter 27. Some people, examining the alternate ups and downs of life, have thought to detect a rhythm in it. Like every other expression of energy, from heat to history, from sound to civilization, it moves, they think, with a definite wavelength. The down and up, the hollow of the wave and its crest, follow one another in rhythmical sequence. It is an imaginary notion, doubtless, though it applied to my life aptly enough at this time, apparently. The Toronto misery, the island happiness, the New York hell, the backwoods heaven. I think when I wrote home the literal truth, I can't stand this reporting life any longer. I'm off to the goldfields, and McCloy has asked me to write articles for the paper. There lay a vague idea in me that these goldfields would prove somehow to be comic goldfields, and that the expedition would be somewhere farcical. I was so eager, so determined to go that I camouflaged from myself every unfavorable aspect of the trip. Green, being still my predominant color, was used freely in this camouflage. It was only afterwards I realized how delightfully I fooled myself. Yet it was true, at the same time, that a deep inner necessity drove irresistibly. The city life was killing something in me, something in the soul. Get out or go under was my feeling. How easy it would have been to go under was a daily thought. Far better men than myself proved it all round me every week. It seemed, indeed, the natural, obvious thing to do for an educated, refined Englishman, without character, who found himself adrift from home influences in this amazing city, to sink into the general scum of failures and outcasts, to yield one of the many anesthetics New York so lavishly provided, to find temporary relief, a brief, wild-eyed happiness, oblivion, then, not long afterwards, death. The draw of the woods, the call of the open air, moreover, always potent, had become insistent. Spring added its aching nostalgia that burned like a fever in my veins. Thus various influences, some positive, some negative, combined to make me feel that anything was better than the drudgery of my wretched New York life, and the goldfields merely offered a plausible excuse. If I made blinkers with my own hands, I made them effectively at least. Deep out of sight in the personality there hides, perhaps, some overseer who, watching wisely the turns of fate, makes such blinkers, ensuring their perfect fit as well. There was a nice feeling, of course, that if one went to a goldfield, one picked up gold. Shaking sand in a shining pan beside a rushing river was a picture in the mind. There were wild men, friends and enemies. There were Indians, too. But also there were sunsets, tempests, dawns, and stars. It would be liberty and happiness. I should see the moon rise in clear, sweet air above the rim of primeval woods. I should cook bacon over an open fire of wood. There would be no grinning Chinaman to pay for laundry. The men with whom I was going were not entirely satisfactory. I knew them slightly, for one thing. For another, the chief drawback, they were going in a very different mood from mine. Their one object was to make their fortunes. It was real gold and not the glamour of the wilderness that called them. And in the immigrant sleeper, as we journeyed toward Duluth, they sketched their plans with intense enthusiasm. Paxton, the engineer, explained puzzlingly, with the aid of matches, a trolley he would construct for bringing the ore from pit to crusher, while R.M., with reckless immorality, enlarged upon the profits he would derive from running a joint of desperate sort. For no one need know that my father's a clergyman, and my uncle in the House of Lords. Both men were shadows. They were not real. There was no companionship in them for me, at any rate. That they were fellow travelers for the moment on a trip I did not care about making alone was sufficient. I would just as soon have gone with McCloy or a Toombs policeman. What constitutes one person out of 100 real, the other 99 shadows, is hard to define, but an instinct in me has ever picked out that real one. With him or her, I know instantly my life is going to be unavoidably linked, through love or hate, through happiness or trouble, perhaps through none of these, but with the conviction that a service has to be rendered or accepted, a debt, as it were, to be paid or received, a link at any rate that cannot be broken or evaded. Such real people are to be counted on the fingers of one hand. R.M. and Paxton were certainly not among them, nor, for that matter, was my friend Kay, who, I am reasonably positive, missed the train on purpose, while curiously enough Boyd, that trivial criminal, was among them. Had Kay, for instance, done what that cheap ruffian did, I should never have taken the trouble to arrest or punish him. The comic opera touch began with Whitey racing down the platform waving a bottle of rye whiskey. It continued next morning when we picked up R.M. at 8 o'clock. Our train stopped at Hamilton, Ontario for 5 minutes. We craned our heads out of the window and saw a party of young fellows with flushed faces and singing voices, and on their shoulders in the early sunshine the inert figure of a huge man without a hat. They recognized me and heaved him into our compartment, where he slept soundly for 2 hours until we had left Toronto far behind. "Ouch, ouch," said Paxton. It was about all Engineer Paxton ever did say. "Is that R.M.?" They had never met before. We took the money out of his pocket for safety's sake, and it proved to be more than his promised contribution. His friends had indeed given him a send-off, and the all-night poker had proved lucrative. It was a long, long journey to Duluth, with heartening glimpses from the window of river, lake, and forest, all touched with spring's delightful weather. Shelley filled my head and heart. I saw dawn in a vale of the Indian Caucasus. I saw Panthea, Asia, fleeting dryads, and troops of happy fawns. Out of New York City into this primeval wilderness produced intoxication. No more cities of dreadful night for me. The repressed, unrealized yearnings of many painful months burst forth in a kind of rapture. Riches can never taste the treasures of relief and change provided by the law of contrast. To be free to go everywhere is tantamount to going nowhere. To be able to do everything is to do nothing. Without school, holidays could have no meaning. The intensity of escape, with all the gorgeous emotions it involves, is hardly possible to the big bank balances. I thought of the overheated sun offices, and saw cool, silent woods, of thronged canyon streets between cliffs and buildings, and saw lonely gorges where the deer stole down to drink in quiet pools, of Mrs. Bernstein's room, and saw green glades of beauty, a ceiling of blue sky, walls of hemlock, spruce, and cedar. The May sunlight made the whole world sing, as the train rushed through the wilderness of the Ontario highlands. It woke a kind of lyrical delight in me. The day seemed one sent from beyond the skies, that shed to earth, above the sun, a light of paradise. Paxton, with his puzzling matches, found me absent-minded and irresponsive to his ouch, ouch, and R.M. suffering from a bad hangover headache, thought me unsympathetic toward his disreputable joint. More clearly than the matches or the profit and loss figures of the joint, I remember the 3 bullets lying on the palm of the engineer's fat, open hand. His solemn gravity depressed R.M. It infected me a little, too. Why in the world should he be so serious? "If we fail, boys," said the engineer laconically, as he looked down with grim significance at the 3 bullets. "I, for one, shall not return." He put a bullet in his pocket. He handed one to RM. The third he passed to me. "Is it a deal?" he asked, speaking as one who had come to the end of his tether, which indeed perhaps really was the case. We pocketed our bullets anyhow and told him gravely, "Yes, it's a deal." We shook hands on it. It was all in the proper spirit of gold-seeking adventure, begad. And the comic opera touch, so far as I was concerned, had not yet quite fully appeared. I had cut loose from everything. I felt as though I were jumping off the rim of the planet into unknown space. It was delightful, reckless, half naughty, half childish feeling. "To hell with civilization," was its note. At the back of the mind lay a series of highly colored pictures. Men made fortunes in a night. Human life was cheap. 6 shooters lay beside 10 mugs at campfire breakfasts, and bags of dust were tossed across faro tables from one desperado in a broad-brimmed hat to another who was either an Oxford Don incognito or an unfrocked clergyman, or a younger son concealing tragic beauty in an over-cultured heart, with perhaps an unclaimed title on his strawberry-marked skin. RM, too, was forever talking about staking claims. "We'll get grub-staked by some fellow. If we only pan a few ounces per day, it'll mean success." To all of which Paxton emitted his "ouch, ouch," as a strong man who said little because he preferred action to words. I, meanwhile, had no accurate information to supply, though I was the promoter of the expedition. I paraded the newspaper accounts. They were of little use. Nothing, in fact, was of any use. We were in different worlds. They were in an immigrant sleeper skirting the shores of Lake Superior. I was on the lookout for the Witch of Atlas, wandering through the pine forest of the Cascine near Pisa, dreaming in the Indian Caucasus, or watching Sergio's stream. Even "ouch, ouch" could not keep me in Ontario for long. It all lies down in the wrong end of that ever-lengthening telescope now, our trip to the Rainy River goldfields. Happy, careless, foolish days of sunlight, liberty, wood smoke, and virgin wilderness. Useless days, of course, yet sweetly perfumed as in a dream of fairyland. I reveled in them. New York was still close enough to lend them some incredible glamour by contrast. That no gold came our way was nothing. That the days came to an end was bitter. Fading into mist behind veils of blue smoke, yet lit by sheets of burning sunshine, lies the faint outline still. Each year drops another gauze curtain over an entrancing and ridiculous adventure that, for my companions, was disappointingly empty, but to me was filled to the brim with wonder and delight. A few sharp pictures, rather disconnected, defy both veils and curtains, set against a dim background of wild forest. A blue, winding river with strange red shores, swift rapids, and cozy campfires at dawn, at sunset, beneath the stars, beneath the moon. The stillness of those grand woods is unforgettable. The voice of the river was unceasing, yet broke no silence. The smells of balsam, resinous pitch pine, cedar smoke rise like incense above the memory of it all. Duluth was all agog with excitement, and in every shop window hung blueprints of the El Dorado we were bound for. 2 big-bladed hunting knives, a second-hand Marlin rifle for $8, a Smith & Wesson revolver were our weapons. I already had a 6-shooter given to me by the Toombs Court Police. It had killed a Negro, and I had reported the murder trial resulting. 3 blankets had to be bought, a canoe, and provisions for the week's trip down the Vermilion River. Tea, bacon, flour, biscuits, salt, and sugar. RM had a small A tent with him, large enough to hold 3. An old, high-prowed bark canoe was purchased from an Indian for $6. But our money did not run to Hudson Bay blankets, and the cheap, thin coverings we bought proved poor protection in those frosty nights of early May. We picked up a guide, too, a half-breed named Gallup. He was going to Rainy Lake City in any case, and agreed to show us the portages and rapids for $2 a day each way. He justified his name. He galloped. He had a slim-nosed Maine cedarwood canoe that oiled along into the daily headwind with easy swiftness, whereas RM and myself in our high-prowed craft found progress slow and steering a heavy toil. The wind caught our big bows like a sail. Gallup, moreover, sizing us up as English greenhorns, expected good food and lots of whiskey, and getting neither vented his spleen on us at best he could. His natural evil temper grew steadily worse. There were several ways in which he could have revenge. He used them all. By losing his way down branch streams, he made the journey last 8 days instead of 5. Yet he went so fast in his neat-nosed craft that it was all RM and I could do to keep him in sight at all. The sunlight flashing on his paddle 2 or 3 miles ahead, the canoe itself a mere dark speck in the dazzle of water, was all we usually had to guide us. Paxton, wary, much thinner than he had been, useless as a paddler, lay in the bottom of the canoe, leaving all the work to Gallop. And Gallop did it, even with this dead freight against him. To our injunction to make the fellow go slower, his ouch, ouch was quite ineffective. I was careful to keep the provisions in my own canoe so that we could not lose him altogether, and he was faithful in one thing, that he waited for us at the rapids and portages. What did it matter? The headwind held steadily day after day, blowing from the northwest through a cloudless sky. Everything sparkled. The air was champagne, such a winding river of blue I had never seen before. Every tree wore little fingers of bright fresh green. There was exhilaration and wonder at every turn. Burned by the hot sun and wet by the flying spray, our hands swelled till the knuckles disappeared, then cracked between the joints till they bled. I steered. RM sat in the bows. Paddling hour after hour against the wind became a mechanical business. The muscles attended to automatically. The mind was free to roam. The loneliness was magical, for it was a peopled loneliness. A start at dawn, half an hour for lunch, and camp at sunset was the day's routine. Usually we were too exhausted to cook the dwindling bacon, make the fire, put up the tent. What did it matter? Nothing mattered. Each mile was a mile of delight farther from New York. The trip might last months for all I cared. We cursed Gallop behind his back and to his face. He never even answered. His sulky silence broke only round the evening fire, when he would tell us appalling tales of murder, violence, and sudden death about the gold fields whither we were bound. It was another form of revenge. The desperadoes, cutthroats, and wild, hairy men generally who awaited us, especially since we were English, hardly belonged to our happy planet. Yet he knew them at first hand, knew them even by name. They would all be on the lookout for us. Against several, for he had his friendly impulses, he warned us in particular. Were we good shots and quick on the trigger? The man who pulled first, he reminded us, had the drop on the other fellow. There was a stiff named Morris, who was peculiarly deadly. Morris, a Canadian, who had killed his man in a saloon brawl across the river, and had skipped over the border into Minnesota. Morris would be interested in guys like us. He described him in detail. We looked forward to Morris. They were cheery campfire stories Gallop told us nightly. We crawled into our chilly tent, wondering a little, each in his own thin blanket, what these hairy men were going to do to guys like us. We did not wonder long. Sleep came like a clap. At dawn, the wind just rising and the chipmunks dropping fir cones onto our tent with miniature reports, the hairy men were all forgotten. It was impossible to hold an ugly thought of any kind. The river sang at our feet. The sky was pearl and rose. The air was sharply perfumed with smells of forest and wood smoke. And glimpses of sunrise shone everywhere between the trees. Trees that stretched without a break 500 miles to the shores of James Bay and the Arctic seas. We gulped our tea and bacon, packed tent and blankets, split open the cracks in our swollen hands, and launched the canoes upon a crystal river that swirled along in eddies and sheets of color. Sometimes it narrowed to a couple of 100 yards between rugged cliffs, where the water raced towards a rapid. Sometimes it broadened into wide lake-like spaces. There were reaches of placid calm. There were stretches white with tumbling foam. The sun blazed down. We turned a sharp bend and surprised a deer. A porcupine waddled up against a pine stem. A fish leaped into a golden pool. Birds flashed and vanished. There was a silence, a stillness, beyond all telling. Nuggets, gold dust, hairy men, six-shooters, nothing mattered. It was indeed this loneliness, this entire absence of all other human signs, that gradually betrayed the truth. Where was the stream of frenzied gold-seekers? Where was the rush the papers mentioned? Beyond a few stray Indians on the 4th day, we saw no living being. Gallop's tales of terror began to lose their sting. Of real information he vouchsafed no single item. But who wanted real information? Rainy Lake City might be the legendary city of gold that lies beyond the mirages of the Libyan desert for all I cared. The city of New York was out of sight. That was the important thing. The series of wild, lonely camps lie blurred in the composition outline of a single camp. 8 dawns combined into one. I remember clear night skies ablaze with brilliant stars. I remember the moon rising behind the black wall of forest across the water. All night the river sang and whispered. Police courts and Mrs. Bernstein's room hid far away in the dim reaches of some former life. Behind these again lay a shadowy, forgotten Kent. There were haunting faces, veiled by distance, for a strange remoteness curtailed the past with unreality. The wonder of the present dominated. These woods, this river, ruled the world. And somewhere in the heart of that old forest, the legendary Wendigo, whose history I wrote later in a book, had its awful lair. Owing to Gallup's trick of lengthening the journey, our food gave out. But with fish, venison, and partridge, it was impossible to starve. The last named, a grouse actually, perches in the branches, waiting to be shot. A bullet must take its head off, or it is useless for the pot. But whizzing bullets do not disturb it, and several birds, sitting close together, can be picked off seriatim. Some dried sturgeon we found, too, on an island, an Indian sturgeon fishery, where great odorous strips were hanging in the sun. The braves were away, and the squaw left in charge was persuaded to sell us slabs of this excellent meat. In a deep, clear pool, some 6 living monsters hooked by the nose turned slowly round and round, waiting the moment of their death. The island was interesting for another reason. It was an Indian canoe factory. Here the redskins built their craft of birch bark, and a dozen canoes in various stages of completion lay in the broiling sun. To me it was all visible romance, adventure, wonder in the heart of an unspoilt spring, with Hiawatha around the next big bend. Paxton and R.M. took another view. On the 8th night, our last had we known it, there was an incident. Gallup had been unusually silent and extra offensive all day, had galloped at top speed, had refused to answer a single question, and the idea came to us all 3 simultaneously that he was not losing his way with the mere object of more money, but was taking us out of our route with a more sinister purpose. We depended on the fellow entirely. Words or violence were equally useless. We were quite helpless. He was convinced we carried money, for no 3 Englishmen of our type would make such a trip without it. What was easier, we whispered to one another, than to murder us and bury our bodies in the trackless, lonely forest? We watched him. That night, exhausted to the bone, we camped on a point of wooded shore against the sunset. Across the broad reach of water, 3 miles away perhaps, was an Indian encampment. Pointed wigwams and the smoke of many fires were visible. Voices were audible in the distance. The wind had died down as usual with the sun. A deep hush lay over the scene, and hardly had we landed, almost too weary to drag ourselves up the bank, when Gallup stepped back into his main canoe and pushed off downstream without a word. He stood upright. He did not sit or kneel. His figure was outlined 1 minute against the red sky. The next, his silhouette merged into the dark forest beyond. He disappeared. He had gone, we agreed, for one of 2 reasons: to get food, or to return in the dark and pick us off, much as we picked off the grouse from the branches. We inclined toward the latter theory, and kept eyes and ears wide open. We made a diminutive fire in a hollow, lest we be too visible in the surrounding darkness. We listened, watched, and waited. It was already dusk. The night fell quickly. River and forest became an impenetrable sheet of blackness. Our tiny fire almost too small to cook on, the only speck of light. The stars came out, peeping through the branches. There was no wind. We shivered in the cold, listening for every slightest sound, and the hours passed. "He'll wait till we're asleep," said R.M., keeping his eyes open with the greatest difficulty. Paxton fingered his revolver and mumbled, "Ouch, ouch." Only the cold prevented us falling asleep as, weapons in hand, we took turns to watch and listen. Had we the right to fire the instant we saw a figure? Should we wait till the scoundrel made a sign? We discussed endlessly in whispers. Though no wind stirred the branches, the noises in that silent forest never ceased, because no forest ever is or can be. really silent. The effort of listening produced them by the dozen. On every side, twigs snapped and dry wood crackled. Soft, stealthy footsteps were everywhere on the pine needles. Canoes landed higher up and lower down. Paddles dripped out in the river as someone approached. Sometimes 2 or 3 dim figures crouched low on the shore, sometimes only one. Finally, for safety's sake, we let the fire go out altogether. Armed to the teeth, we were still shivering in the cold darkness well on into the night, and at some distance from the dying embers, when suddenly, we nearly screamed. There was a sound of a voice. It was a man's voice. He was angry. He was cursing. A flame shot up beneath the trees. We saw Gallop on his knees, blowing up the hemlock coals. He had landed, pulled his canoe onto the bank, and come up to within a few yards of where we stood without our hearing the faintest sound. He said no word. He cooked himself no food. He just made a huge fire, spread his blanket beside the comforting blaze, curled up, and fell asleep. We soon followed his example. Probably he had enjoyed a square meal with the Indians, then sauntered home to bed. Next day we reached Rainy Lake City, paid him off, and saw him push off upstream in his main canoe without having uttered a single word. He just counted the dollar bills and vanished. Rainy Lake City was a few acres roughly cleared from the primeval forest, yet with avenues cut through the dense trees to indicate streets where tram cars were to run at some future date. River, lake, and forest combined to make an enchanting scene. There were perhaps 100 men there. There was gold, but there was no gold dust, no shining pans to sift the precious sand. In a word, no placer mining. It was all quartz. Machinery to crush the quartz had to be dragged in over the ice in the winter. Capital was essential, large lumps of capital. A word of inquiry in New York could have told me this. I felt rather guilty, but very happy. Paxton and R.M. were philosophical. No word of blame escaped their lips. They had the right to curse me, whereas both played the part of Balaam. Even at the time I thought this odd. Neither of them seemed to care a straw. "We'll stake a claim," said R.M. at intervals. Perhaps both were so pleased to have arrived safely that they neither grumbled nor abused me. The truth was that, like myself, though for rather different reasons, both of them were relieved to be away from home. The engineer, I discovered later, was glad that 1,500 miles lay between him and New York City. We pitched our tent by the shore and proceeded to investigate. Living cost little. It was sunny weather. It was spring. One company was already sinking a shaft and working a small crusher. There were shacks and shanties everywhere. The city was as peaceful as the inside of St. Paul's Cathedral. We saw no hairy men, but we saw mosquitoes. With the first warm nights, these pests emerged for the season in their millions. They were very large and very hungry. They hung in the air like clouds of smoke. They welcomed us, as R.M. said. They had probably written the newspaper accounts that advertised the place. We had no netting. They stung the bears blind. They would have stung a baby to death had there been any babies, except ourselves, to sting. The only gold we saw was a lump, valued at $5,000, lying beside a revolver on the counter of the Bank of Montreal's shack. The clerk allowed us to hold it for a second each. It was the only gold we touched. We investigated, as mentioned. We wandered about. We fished and shot. We rubbed Indian stuff over our faces to keep the mosquitoes off. We enjoyed happy, careless, easy days, bathing in ice-cold water, basking in hot sunshine, resting, loafing, and spinning yarns with all and sundry round our campfires. After New York, it was a paradise. And but for the mosquitoes, we could have dressed in fig leaves. Except for the question of having enough money to get out again before the iron winter set in towards October. We might have spent the whole summer there. We decided to leave while it was still possible. To paddle 150 miles against the stream was not attractive. We would do the trip on foot, selling tent and canoe to the clerk in the bank. We set out across the 26-mile portage one day towards the end of June. A party of 5 men, also bound for Duluth, joined us, and one of them was Morris. Those happy, unproductive goldfields. That untenanted Rainy Lake City where no tramcars ever ran, nor faro tables flourished. Morris, the hairy desperado. In the dismal New York days that followed, they seemed to belong to some legendary golden age. Romance and adventure, both touched with comedy, went hand in hand, beauty, and liberty heightened some imagined radiance. Wasted time, of course, but for that very reason valuable beyond computation. Stored memories or stored energy that may prove the raw material of hope in days that follow after. Even Morris, the stiff and cutthroat, played his little part in the proper spirit. There was a price on his head in Canada. We watched him closely. We watched his partners, too. The 26-mile portage cut off an immense bend of the Vermilion River, running through the depths of trackless, gloomy forest the whole way. Nothing was easier than to mix us up with scenery, as a phrase of those parts expressed it. Especially must we be on our guard at night. One of us must always only pretend to sleep. Our former mistake about Gallup need not make us careless. A natural instinct to dramatize the expedition might have succeeded better if Morris, the villain, had not sometimes missed his cue and failed to realize the importance of his role. The scenery, at any rate, was right. The weather broke the very day we started, and the region justified its translated Indian name. A drenching rain fell sousing on the world. With our heavy packs we made slow progress, crawling in single file beneath the endless dripping trees, soaked to the skin in the first 10 minutes. There was no trail, but Morris had a compass. Darkness fell early on the first night when we had covered barely 6 miles. Morris found a deserted lumberman's shanty. One man chopped down a pitch pine and cut out its dry heart of resinous wood, which caught fire instantly. Another soaked a shred of cedar wood in a tin mug filled with melted bacon fat. A third cooked dinner for the whole party, and by 8 o'clock we all lay grouped about the fire, dodging the streams of water that splashed through the gaping remnants of the pine log roof. Outside in that windless forest, the drip of the rain was like the sound of waterfalls, but it was a magnificent, a haunted, a legendary forest nonetheless. Our shanty was faintly lit by the flickering cedar candle. Queer shadows danced, eyes glittered. The faces here and there seemed distorted oddly in the shifting flame and darkness that alternately rose and fell. One by one, dog-tired, we fell asleep. It was R.M.'s turn to watch. Before supper was ended even, he lay soundly slumbering, his head with tousled hair and ragged beard thrown back against the wall, his mouth, containing unswallowed food, so wary was he, half open. I exchanged a significant glance with Paxton over his collapsed body, meaning that we must watch instead. Our steaming clothes dried slowly as the night wore on. The dripping trickle of the trees became louder and louder. Paxton, very thin now, looked like a scarecrow in his ragged shirt and coat. His customary exclamation was rarely heard. He fell asleep in turn. The rest of the party had been snoring for an hour or more. It was up to me to watch. I watched. The next thing I knew was a sudden stealthy movement in a low voice that woke me out of a slumber made of lead. The fire was low. The candle hardly flickered. Across the gloom I saw the movement that had waked me. Morris, the hairy man, was stirring. I watched him. He sat up. He leaned cautiously over, towards R.M. His hands stretched out slowly. Splendid fellow! I felt furious with R.M. for falling asleep, for keeping his mouth open in that idiotic way. Stupid idiot and faithless comrade. Morris, I saw, was doing something to his bulky, motionless figure, just about to slit him open, perhaps. Well, let him slit. It was the head he touched. He was doing something to the sleeper's head, pushing it sideways so that a stream of water through the roof might just miss falling on his shoulder and thus splashing the hairy man's own face with spray. I watched closely, faithful to my job. I saw Morris the Stiff take a bit of spare clothing out of his pack and hang it over R.M.'s neck and shoulder. "I got no use for it," he was saying. "Your friend might just as well have it." He knew therefore quite well that I was watching. But R.M. knew nothing, less than nothing. He neither stirred nor woke. A more kindly, tender-hearted fellow than Morris the Stiff no traveler in wild places could possibly desire. It was perhaps a couple of hours later when I woke again, disturbed this time not by noise but by the sudden absence of it. One winter's night the inhabitants of Niagara similarly woke up because, ice having formed, the thunder of the falls had ceased. I listened a moment, then went out. The rain had ceased. The clouds were gone. In a clear sky the 3/4 moon shone brightly. The rain-washed air seemed perfumed beyond belief, nor did the old moon merely look round her when the heavens were bare. She sprawled fantastically at full length, as it were, in her magnificent blue-black bed of naked space. I went out to a clear spot among the trees. Far away rose a soft murmur. The air hummed and shook with the roar of distant rapids. So calm and still the night was. No bird, no animal cried. The earth herself, it seemed, stopped turning in that wonderful stillness. Those few minutes painted a picture that memory must always keep. 3 months later, the first week in October found us in New York again. The bullets were forgotten, and of course unmentioned, and 5 months of glorious wasted time lay safely behind us. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Episodes Before 30 by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. Chapter 28. If it is impossible to recapture the boyish moods of those early days, it is also difficult not to import into these notes the point of view and feelings that belong to later life. Surely, but gradually, the scale of time changes with the years, and with it the range and quality of the emotions. Today, a year seems a very brief period. The first few months spent in the woods after our Goldfields fiasco seemed both an eternity, yet far too brief. A faint flavor of childhood's immense scale, when 12 months was an immeasurable stretch of time, still clung to them, perhaps. But the magnet of New York drew us, and the idea of returning to England until I had made good was far from me. We arrived in the detested city late in October with livings to earn, and with less money than when we had first come 2 years before. We took separate rooms this time, for I had learned my lesson about sharing beds, and clothes, and scanty earnings. It was to be each man for himself. Paxton disappeared immediately. Only occasionally did I hear his ouch, ouch again. Monsieur found a bed in Harlem and started to teach boxing. I took quarters in East 21st Street on the top floor of a cheap but cleanish house, and arranged for breakfast and dinner in a neighboring boarding house at $2.50 a week. 2 Germans lived in the adjoining attic. Through the thin wood partition I heard their talk, their breathing, their slightest movement. They rarely came to bed before midnight. They talked the whole night through. Informing them in a loud voice that I understood their language made no difference. They neither stopped nor answered. Yet, oddly enough, I never once saw them. Never met them on the stairs, nor in the hall, nor at the front door. They remained invisible, if not inaudible. But I formed vivid pictures of them, and knew from their conversation that they were not better than they need be. An old man and a young one, I gathered. An unpleasant house altogether, the low rent more easily explained than I had first guessed. Long afterwards I had my revenge upon those unsavory Germans by writing an awful story about them, a case of eavesdropping. Though by the time it was published they were probably either dead or in jail. A sinister couple, these invisible Teutons. My one main object was to avoid the evening sun. Any work was better, I felt, than a return to that hated sensational reporting. A place was always open to me under McCloy, but my detestation of the police court, and of the criminal atmosphere generally, was so strong that I would rather have taken a street-cleaning job under Tammany than go back to it. I therefore began by trying freelance work, gathering news items and selling them for $1 or $2 apiece to various papers, writing snippets of description, inventing incidents, and earning perhaps $10 a week on the average. It was hard going, but pawning and free lunches in the saloons made it possible to live. I knew all the tricks by now. I used them. The blanket off my bed occasionally spent a weekend with the new Ike, though getting it out of the house and back again was no easy matter, while the smell of the mothballs I always expected must betray me. It was a poor blanket, too, worth only 50 cents from Ike's point of view, and certainly not worth the foolish risk involved, for literally, though this never once occurred to me at the time, it was stealing, and the fact that I told Ike where it came from, hoping to extract thereby an extra $50 from him, could not have exonerated me if the landlady had met me on the stairs. Personally, I think the quantity of food I devoured at the free lunch counters in exchange for a 5-cent glass of lager was a more flagrant case of theft. Only it was a recognized theft. The temporary absence of the blanket anyhow, since I had made my own bed, was never discovered, and my heart remained innocent of conscious burglary. A dozen years before, aged 12, I had once been accused of stealing by the headmaster of the private school I adorned in Seven Oaks. I was innocent, but the evidence was both ludicrous and damning. So damning indeed that strangely I felt guilty and accepted the punishment. A terrifying experience. It haunted me for years, and the sight of a policeman or the words "criminal judge" sent shivers down my spine long afterwards. When a little older, I came to suspect that it was worked up against me by the master to curry favor with an influential parent. But at the actual time I had visions even of prison, for something I had not done. All about a poem, too. At evening prep, a bit of poetry, as we called it, had to be learnt by heart. My own poetry book was lost. I borrowed young Gildea's. The last thing in the world I wanted to own was that poetry book of young Gildea. The last thing I wanted to do was to learn that poem by heart. I spent the hour, therefore, inscribing my name with elaborate flourishes on the title page. Twice I wrote it, with capitals of which I was very proud. I thought it ornate and beautiful, and when the hour was over, I tossed the book into my locker and forgot all about it. Next morning I was summoned into the headmaster's presence. He wore red whiskers about an otherwise clean-shaven face, a face of natural sternness, with a big nose, a mouth of iron, and steely blue eyes. He was a clergyman of evangelical persuasion. I had no idea why I had been summoned, but his glance made me at once feel uneasy. "Blackwood minor," he said in a solemn and portentous voice, "did you do this?" He held out Gildea's poetry book towards me with the cover open. His finger pointed to my name in pencil, flourishes and all. I was completely puzzled as to what was coming, but I admitted the signature, of course. "Is the book yours?" he asked. I said it was not. "Gildea has reported the loss of his own copy," the voice of doom went on. "It has been found in your locker, and with your name written in it." The voice made me think of "And God spake" in the Bible. He looked at me in such a way that I felt sure I was going to be flogged. What had I done, and why? I couldn't quite remember. No explanation came to me. The simple truth was too silly to mention. I had nothing to say, except to admit everything. The man, with his awful manner and appalling aspect, terrified me. I stood speechless and paralyzed, wondering what was coming next. The red whiskers made me think of Satan. I little dreamed, however, that the headmaster would say what he then did say. He spoke with a terribly slow, deliberate emphasis. "This is as grave a case of stealing," fell the awful words of judgment, "as ever came before a criminal judge. I have sent for your father." I was petrified. It was enough to frighten any boy into his boots. My father in due course arrived. Gildea's parents, both of them, arrived likewise. There were consultations, mysterious comings and goings. It was a day of gloom and terror. For some reason I made no attempt to defend myself. It all flabbergasted, frightened, puzzled me beyond understanding. I was made to confess to Gildea and to apologize to the parents. To my own father I said nothing. He looked troubled, yet somehow not as grave as he ought to have looked. Perhaps he had his doubts. What that fiendish headmaster, whose name I will not mention, had said behind my back, I did not know, for my father never referred to the matter afterwards, and both I and my brother were removed from the school at the end of the term. But I was severely punished, sent to the Coventry for 3 days, for doing something I had both done and had not done, and the phrase "criminal judge" was burnt into my memory with letters of fire. My revenge was rather an oblique one, a fight with that headmaster's son, though about quite another matter. With each blow I landed, and I landed several, I saw red whiskers on a boy about my own age. This digression concerning a poetry book occurs to me only now, while telling of my wickedness about the blanket. The lesson that master wished to teach me had no effect, for the simple reason that I had not stolen. The fear, however, doubtless remained. The injustice scored deep, bitter wounds. I traced back to it a curious, persistent dread, not entirely obliterated even now. The dread of being accused of a crime I have not committed, yet where the evidence of guilt seems overwhelming. Patanjali's aphorisms describes a method of living through in imagination all possible experiences. A series of laborious incarnations would be necessary to exhaust these experiences in the ordinary way. They can be lived out in the mind instead. In imagination, anyhow, thanks to that little school in justice, I have often tried to realize the feelings of a man serving a term of imprisonment for a crime he has not committed. Patanjali's interesting method is, at any rate, a means of opening the mind to a sympathetic understanding of many an experience one could not otherwise know. Only imagination must be sustained and very detailed, and the projection of the personality is not easy. An interlude of play-acting now enlivened my period of freelance journalism. Kay was in my life again, and the opportunity came through him. He had spent the summer between odd jobs on the stage, and odd jobs at buying and selling exchange in Wall Street. He made both ends meet, at any rate, and had a cheap room in the purlieus of Hoboken across the river. A part in a third-rate touring company had just been offered to him, and he said he could get me a part as well. One-night stands in the smaller towns of New York State with a couple of plays, of which Jim the Penman was one, formed the program. And my utter ignorance of acting, he assured me, need not stand in the way. My salary would be $15 a week, with traveling expenses paid. Gilmore, the leading man and organizer of the company, was anxious to find someone like myself. I jumped at it. Gilmore looked me up and down and said I'd do. I had only one line to say. I was a prison warder on sentry duty, pacing to and fro between the walls at night, when Gilmore, the hero escaping from his cell, knocks me down after a brief struggle and disappears into the night. A moment later the alarm is given. Other warders arrive, find me wounded on the ground, and ask which way the prisoner has gone. "That way!" I shout, pointing the direction before losing consciousness, whereupon the curtain falls. It was not an exacting part. Gilmore said I should make a bully warder. My own shabby clothes with a brown billycock hat would do as they were. I was to carry a large wooden pistol. We rehearsed the scene, swaying to and fro, breathing hard, grunting with effort, cursing each other fiercely until the prisoner, wrenching the pistol from me, struck me on the head and floored me. Such was my role. I played it at Yonkers and Mount Vernon, 3 nights in each place, if memory serves me correctly, but went through it is the true description of my performance. For the theater, either as a writer or actor, I possess no trace of talent, a fact rediscovered recently when playing an insignificant part in Drinkwater's Oliver Cromwell on tour with Henry Ainley. My dismissal at the end of the first week, however, was not due to this lack of skill. It was due to a pail of beer and the leading lady. For the leading lady, handsome daughter, I remember, of a Washington general, was the inspiration of the touring company, and it was for her beau yeux that the enterprise was undertaken. Gilmore was what is known as crazy about her, his jealousy a standing joke among us, so that when those beaux yeux were turned upon my lanky, half-starved self, there were warnings that trouble might begin. But I was looking for salary and food rather than for trouble. In the dressing room, we underlings all shared together, though dressing was of negligible kind. I was quite safe. Chance meetings, however, were unavoidable, of course, and Bettina's instinct for adventure was distinctly careless. It was here the pail of beer came into our crowded dressing room. Who brought it, I have forgotten. The miscreant who stood treat to the band of hungry and thirsty thespians is lost to memory. I only know that, empty of food as I was, my share of that gallon pail distinctly cheered me. The beau yeux had been boldly rolling. Another pair of eyes, not so lovely, had been rolling too. To be ungallantly honest about it, my own feelings were not engaged in any way, except on this particular night when they were considerably roused. Against that stupid, jealous Gilmore. The way he glared in my direction stirred my bile. The few glasses of beer made me reckless. When the escaping prisoner fought with me for the possession of the great wooden pistol, I refused to be thrown. The scanty audience that night witnessed a good performance of my brief, particular scene. Gilmore cursed and swore beneath his breath, but he was a smaller man than I was. He could do nothing with me. What was a shocking performance in one sense was a realistic and sincere performance in another. Had my share of the pail been slightly bigger than it was, I should undoubtedly have thrown the prisoner and spoilt the curtain. As it was, however, Gilmore managed in the end to wrench the pistol from me, and in doing so, his fury genuine, he landed me a blow on the forehead with its heavy butt that stunned me. I fell. He fled. Roars of applause I heard dimly. My brown billycock hat, I remember, fell, and its springy brim bounced into the air, then hopped away against the footlights. And all my interest went with my precious hat. To the warders, who at once rushed on with cries of, "He's escaped! Which way did he go?" I used the right words, taking my cue correctly, only I pointed in the wrong direction. I pointed towards my old hat against the footlights. It lay outside the curtain. It is odd to think that somewhere in the undermind of the individual who lay half-stunned on the stage of a Yonkers theater, pointing wildly at a dilapidated but precious old brown billycock, slept a score of books, waiting patiently for expression a few years later. It is difficult indeed, as I write these notes, to realize that the individual who describes the incidents is the individual who experienced them. The body itself has changed every single physical particle, at least 4 times in succession, nor is the mind the same. With the exception of 1 or 2 main interests, easily handed on by the outgoing atoms to the incoming atoms in the brain, I possess little that the I of those distant New York days possessed. Even the continuity of memory is bequeathable by atoms leaving the brain to the new ones just arriving. Where, then, is the self who experienced years ago what the self holding this pen now sets down? The I, during the next few years at any rate, went rolling from one experience to another, if not cheerily, at least resignedly. Whatever happened, and what happened was mostly unpleasant, there was never absent the conviction that it was deserved, and must be lived out in a spirit of acceptance until finally exhausted. Any other attitude towards unwelcome events meant evasion, and a disagreeable experience shirked merely postponed it to another time, either in this life or another. There was, meanwhile, a real self that remained aloof, untouched, neither happy nor unhappy, a spectator, but a royal spectator. Into this eternal self was gathered the fruit and essence of each and every experience the lower I passed through. The secret of living was to identify oneself with this exalted and untroubled royalty. The rolling stone went rolling, therefore, somewhat in this spirit, which helped and comforted, which made most things possible, bearable at any rate, because it was the outcome of that strange inner conviction established in my blood, a conviction, as mentioned, neither argument nor evidence could alter. Letters from home memories as well, pertained now to some distant, unrecoverable region that was dead and gone. My mother's letters, one every week without a single omission, expressed a larger spirit. Her faithful letters, secure in a sincere belief, were very precious, I remember. Sometimes, though never successfully, they tempted me almost to giving my full confidence, and telling more than my camouflaged reports revealed. From the rest of my family, with the exception of a really loved brother, I knew myself entirely divorced, a divorce that later years proved final and somewhat inevitable. To my father, who was always something of a stranger to me, I could never tell my heart. My mother, on the other hand, always had my confidence, coupled with an austere respect. Few words passed between us, yet she always knew, I felt, my thoughts. And this full confidence dated, oddly enough, from an incident in early childhood, when I was saying the Lord's Prayer at her knee. There was a phrase that puzzled me even when I was in knickerbockers. "Lead us not into temptation." I stopped, looked up into her face, and asked, "But would he lead me into temptation unless I asked him not to?" Her eyes opened. She gazed down into mine with a thoughtful, if perplexed expression. For a moment she was evidently at a loss how to answer. She hesitated, then decided to trust me with the truth. "I have never quite understood those words myself," she said. "I think, though, it is best to leave their explanation to him, and to say the words exactly as he taught them." Old souls and young souls was a classification that ruled my mind in this New York period. My mother was of the former, my father of the latter. In the old lay innate the fruits, the results, the memories of many, many previous lives, and this ripeness of long experience showed itself in certain ways. In taste, in judgment, in their standard of values, in that mysterious quality called tact. Above all, perhaps, in the type and quality of goods they desired from life. Worldly ambitions, so-called, were generally negligible in them. What we label today as the subconscious was invariably fully charged, also without too much difficulty, accessible. It made them interesting, stimulating, and not easily exhausted. Wide sympathies bred charity, understanding were their hallmarks, and a certain wisdom, as apart from intellect, their invariable gift, with moreover a tendency to wit, if not that rare quality wit itself, and humor, the power of seeing and therefore laughing at oneself. The cheaper experiences of birth, success, possessions they had learned long ago. It was the more difficult but higher values they had come back to master. And among the humbler ranks of life they found the necessary conditions. Christ, I reflected, was the son of a carpenter. The young souls, on the other hand, were invariably hotfoot after the things of this world. Show, riches, and power stuck like red labels on their foreheads. The Napoleons of the earth were among the youngest of all, the intellectuals, those who relied on reason alone, often the prosperous, usually the well-born, were of the same category. Rarely was understanding in them, and brilliant cleverness could never rank with that wisdom which knows that tout comprendre, c'est tout pardonner. To me, the young souls were the commonplace and uninteresting ones. They were shallow, sketchy, soon exhausted, the Duschenmenschen, whereas the others were intuitive, mature in outlook, aware of deeper values, and eager for the things of the spirit. Thinking over my distinguished relations, I found none fit to black the boots of that kindly waiter in Krisch's cheap eating-house, Otto, the Black Forest German, who trusted us for food and often forewent his trumpery tip with a cheery smile. And there were many others whose memory remains bright and wonderful from those dismal New York years. A volume of distinguished people I have met, for instance, would include the Italian bootblack at the corner of 4th Avenue and 20th Street, who had the sun in his face and his bright black eyes and brown skin, and who trusted me sometimes for a month, although 5 cents meant as much to him as it did to me. The big wigs I interviewed for newspapers are forgotten, but the faces of Otto and the Italian shine in my memory still. I even remember the sentence the latter taught me. It invariably formed our daily greeting. "È molto tempo che siete stato ammalato." Often since I have spouted it in Italy, as bewildered by the voluble replies I could not understand as the peasants were by my familiar inquiry after their health. Mrs. Bernstein, I think, would be entitled to a place, and Grant, who pawned his overcoat to buy me food, most certainly to full mention. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Episodes Before 30 by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. Chapter 29. Worthy of a more detailed description, however, is the figure of an old man I met about this time. A dignified, venerable, and mysterious being, man of the world, lawyer, musician, scholar, poet, but above all, exile. Incidentally, he was madman too. What unkindly tricks fate had played with his fine brain, I never learned with accuracy. It was but the ruin of a great mind, I knew. Pain and suffering of no unusual order, as I soon discovered, had at any rate left his heart, as wise and sweet and gentle as any I have ever known. His voice, his eyes, his smile, his very gestures even, had in them all the misery and all the goodness of the world. Our chance meeting deepened into a friendship, the intimacy of which between padre and filio, names he himself assigned respectfully, yet never permitted a full account of his own mysterious past. The little I gathered from his personal history before he died some dozen years later in England came to me from patchwork sources, but none of it from his own lips. What term the alienists might use to describe the mental disorder of Alfred H. Lewis, I do not know. The first time I saw him, he cut a sorry figure, an old fellow in far worse plight and even worse down at heel than I was myself. It was an olive oil warehouse at No. 1 Water Street on the riverfront. Mackay, the owner, whom I had met through some newspaper story or other, had converted me to the wisdom of an occasional glass of olive oil. It was healthful and delicious, but to me its chief value was as food. On this day of broiling heat I had wandered in for a glass of oil, and while waiting a moment for the owner to appear, I noticed an old tramp seated on a packing case, gazing at me in penetrating fashion. He was a Jew. He was very small, his feet were tiny, his hands, I took in, were beautiful. I thought of Moses, of Abraham, some biblical prophet come to life, of some storied being like the wandering Jew. His atmosphere, that is, at once sent a message of something unusual to my imagination. But it was when Mackay came in and, to my surprise, calmly introduced us as fellow Englishmen that my mind was really startled. Not because the old tramp was English, but because, when he rose to shake my hand, it seemed to me that some great figure of history rose to address, not me, but the nations of the world. He reached barely to my shoulder, his face upturned to mine, yet the feeling came that it was I who looked up into his eyes. The dignity and power the frail outline conveyed were astonishing. He was a presence, and his voice, the same instant, though in some commonplace about having known Lord Dufferin, increased the air of greatness, almost, I had said of majesty, that he wore so naturally. It was not merely cultured, deep and musical. It vibrated with a peculiar resonance that conveyed authority beyond anything I have known in any other human voice. We talked. He talked, rather. Hunger, thirst, the afflicting moist heat of the day were all forgotten. New York City was forgotten, too. His words carried me beyond this world. His language in that astonishing voice wore wings that brought escape. His long frock coat, green with age and dirt, his broken boots and frayed trousers, his shapeless top hat, brushed the wrong way till it looked like a beehive coated with rough plush. His grimy collar without a tie, the spots upon his grease-stained waistcoat, all vanished completely. It was, above all, I think, the poetry in his voice, and words that brought the balm and healing into my whole being. The way his hands moved, too. We talked for several hours, for it was Mackay's nasal interruption saying he must close the warehouse that brought me back to Water Street. Recklessly, though with a diffidence as though I were royalty, I invited him to dine. But in the cheap child's eating house where we fed, I soon perceived that I had no reason to feel embarrassed. A cup of coffee and sinkers sufficed him, and he took my shyness away. He won my easy and full confidence, and afterwards, for he refused to let me go, as we sat that stifling night on a bench in Battery Park, tramps and wary willies our neighbors. But the salt air from the sea in our nostrils, he used a phrase that, giving me the caliber of his thought, was too significant ever to be forgotten. I had spoken of my hatred of the city and of my present circumstances in it. He peered into my face a moment beneath his dreadful hat. Then, raising a beautiful hand by way of emphasis, his deep voice came to me like some music of the sea itself. "No man worth his spiritual assault," he said with impressive gentleness, "is ever entangled in locality." He smiled, and the tenderness of the voice was in the eyes as well. The little park emptied gradually. The heated paving stones lost something of their furnace breath. The stars were visible overhead beyond the great arc lights. The parched leaves rustled faintly, and I spoke to him of poetry. He had lived with Longfellow. He had known Browning. The poetry of the world was in his soul. Greek, Latin, German, French, above all, Hebrew. I drank in his words, unaware of the passing hours. To me, it was like finding a well in the desert when I was dying of thirst. Even the awful city he transfigured. Suddenly his lean fingers touched my arm, and his voice deepened and grew soft. He took his hat off. "I will say my night song to you now," he said. "I can only say it to very, very few. For years I have said it to no one. But you shall hear it." If there was something in his voice and manner that thrilled me to the core, the poem he then repeated on that bench in Battery Park at midnight gave me indescribable sensations of beauty and delight. I realized I listened to a personal confession that was a revelation of the mysterious old heart beneath the green frock coat. It seemed to me that night herself spoke through him. Known only to God and the night, and the stars and me, prophetic, jubilant song, smiting the rock-bound hours till the waters of life flow free, and a soul on pinions strong flieth afar and hovers over the infinite sea of love and of melody, while the blind fates weave their nets, and the world in sleep forgets. Known only to me in the night, and the stars and God, song from a burning breast, of a land of perfected delights, which the foot of man ne'er trod, like a foaming wine expressed. From passionate fruits that glowed mid the boughs of the Eden lost, ere sin was born and frost, song wild with desires and regrets, while the world in sleep forgets. Known only to me in God, and the night, and the stars, the beacon fire of song, flaming for guidance and hope, while the storm winds wage their wars, balm for the ancient wrong, dropping from healing wings on the wounds of the heart and brain, quenching their ancient pain. Love's star that rises and sets, while the world in sleep forgets. Known only to God and me, and the stars and the night, dove that returns to my ark, murmuring of grief floods falling, of light beyond light, voice that cleaveth the dark, singing of earth, growing heaven, of distant lands that bless, though they may not caress, and blessing pay love's old debts, while the world in sleep forgets. Long before he ended, the tears were coursing slowly down his withered cheeks, and with the last word died away a long silence came between us, for I could find no words to express the emotion in me. He took my hand and held it a moment tightly, then presently got up, put on his old hat again, with the remark that it was time for bed, and followed me slowly to a Broadway cable car. His small, frail figure seemed to have dwindled to a child's shadow as he moved beside me. He had a way of hunching his thin shoulders that still further dwarfed his height. I felt myself a giant physically, but in my mind his stature reached the stars. We exchanged addresses. He lived in 8th Street, a miserable attic, I learned later, though I never actually entered it. Of his mental disorder no inkling had then reached me. I watched him melt into the shadows of the side street with the feeling that I watched some legendary figure, some ancient prophet, some mysterious priest. He smiled at me. There was love and blessing in the brilliant eyes. Then he was gone. For me at this time to meet and talk with such a man held something of the fabulous. He had set fire to 100 new thoughts and left them flaming in me. It was in this way began a friendship that has always seemed to me marvelous, and that lasted till his death in England some 15 years later. Sweet, patient, resigned, and lovable to the end, he died incurably insane. The charity in him never tainted, the tenderness unstained, the passionate love of his kind, of beauty, of all that is lovely and of good report, unspoilt. The grimmest pain had not soured the natural sweetness in him. His gentle spirit knew no bitterness. His megalomania, complicated, I believe, with other varieties of disorder, was harmless and inoffensive. As Padre, he still lives in my memory. As the old man of visions, the listener, he still haunts my imagination. "You have taken my name away," he chided me with a smile when I published this picture of him. "I am now uncertain who I am. That is well. I am anybody I choose to be. I will be everybody." He had rooms in Great Russell Street at the time. Though baptized by Charles Kingsley into the English Church, he later became a Roman Catholic. But when the end came, he reverted to the blood and faith born in him. he was buried by his own wish in a Hebrew cemetery. The epitaph he so often told me with an ironic smile he had chosen for his own was not, however, used. Talk, he always declared vain, excessive talk, lay at the bottom of every misunderstanding in the world. If people would talk less, there would be less trouble in life. Sorry I spoke was to be cut upon one of his tombstones. Sorry they spoke upon the other. A poem he wrote, published like the night song in Harper's Magazine, describing death, I have kept all these years. The strange intensity of expression he put into the passage which begins, "The sand of my being is fused and runs," lives in my mind to this day. The title of the poem was The Final Word. Hence then at last, for the strife is past, of the birth and death, of the self and soul, the memory breaks, the breath forsakes, the waves of the Sether o'er me roll. The pulses cease, and the hours release their wearied school of the nerves and brain. I fall in the deep of the mystic sleep, where the word that is life can be heard again. And the fires descend and my fragments blend, and the sand of my being is fused and runs to the mold of a glass for the rays to pass of the sun of the centre that rules all suns. But, or ever I rest, I take from my breast my blood-drained heart for the tablet white of a gospel page to the far-off age. O hand eternal, come forth and write. End of chapter 29.
Chapter 30 of Episodes Before 30 by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by De Degenza, Holyoke, Massachusetts. Episodes Before 30, Chapter 30. The personality of Alfred H. Lewis is identified with New York for me. He accompanied my remaining years there, guide, philosopher, and friend. He took in hand that indiscriminate, heterogeneous reading which the Free Library made possible. He proved an unfailing and inspiring counselor. How, why, or whence he came to be in America at all, I never knew. One thing that stirred him into vehemence, when the past was mentioned, was the name of Gladstone. With flashing eyes and voice of thunder, he condemned the grand old man, both as to character and policy, in unmeasured terms. Gladstone apparently had done him a personal injury as well. "We could not let that man come among us," was Gladstone's dictum, when Lewis's name was being considered as a candidate for Parliament by the party. "He is too earnest." This fragment was all he ever told me, but there lay evidently much behind it. "Too earnest," he repeated, with contemptuous indignation. Of his days at Cambridge he was more communicative, though unfortunately I kept no notes. The eloquence and earnestness of his speech at the Union, when Sir William Harcourt was president, made, according to his own account, a great stir. Of Dr. Bishop Lightfoot, of Benson, afterwards Archbishop, he had intimate memories, colored by warm praise. His book on England's Foreign Policy, Bentley, 1869, apparently angered Gladstone extremely, and Lewis's political career was killed. He was called to the bar. Of success, of important cases, he told me nothing. His early brilliance suffered, I gathered, a strange eclipse, and from things he hinted at, I surmised, I cannot state it definitely, that a period in some kind of maison de santé followed about this time. That he had been, then or later, in an asylum for the insane, I heard vouched for repeatedly in London years later. For an interval before the breakdown came, he was editor, or part editor, of The Spectator, and in some similar connection, as owner or editor, he served the Fortnightly too. George Eliot he knew well, giving me vivid descriptions of her famous Sundays, and of his talks with George Henry Lewes and Herbert Spencer. He claimed to be the original of Daniel Deronda. He was a pupil of Sterndale Bennett's on the piano. Of his friendship with the Cardinal Manning, he had also much to tell. It was in the domain of politics that I first began to notice the exaggeration and incoherence of his mind. And it was in politics, evidently, that the deep wounds which would not heal had been received. In music, poetry, literature, above all in law, his intelligence had remained clear and sound, his judgments consummate, his knowledge encyclopedic. Large tracts of memory in him were, apparently, obliterated, whole stretches of life submerged, but his legal attainments had remained untouched. A business friend of mine briefed him to lecture on international, company, and patent law, and the substance of those lectures stood the test, years later, on the highest English and French courts. The lonely old man's kingdom was his mind, and he dwelt in it aloof, secure, contented, unassailable. Into the big empty stretches a half-education had left in my own, he poured his riches with unstinted satisfaction, even with delight. Worldly advice he never proffered. The world had left him aside. He, in his turn, left the world aside. To practical questions, he merely shook his Moses head. That, he would say, you must decide for yourself. Considered in relation to the eternities, it is of little moment in any case. To any question, however, of a philosophical kind, to any inquiry for explanation about what perplexed or interested me in the realm of thought, he would reply with what I can only call a lecture, but a lecture so lucid, so packed with knowledge and learning, with classical comment and quotation, often with passages of moving eloquence, and invariably in language so considered that no single word could have been altered, and the essay might have been published as it stood. Lectures, in a word, that enthralled and held me spellbound for hours at a time. For his knowledge was not knowledge merely, it was knowledge transmuted, by emotion, into that spiritual wisdom called understanding. The respect he inspired me with was such that rarely did I venture upon a personal question, though I longed to know more about himself and his mysterious story. His face sometimes betrayed intense mental suffering. On one occasion, feeling braver, owing to a happy mood that seemed established naturally between us, I attempted rather an intimate question of some kind about his past. He turned and stared with an expression that startled me. It was so keen, so searching. For several minutes he made no reply. His eyes narrowed. I felt ashamed. I had wounded him. The truth was, it seems, I had touched his heart. "Listen," he said presently, in a voice full of tears and deep emotion, a very quiet, a very beautiful voice. He replied to my question. The expression of his eyes turned inward. There rose in memory the ghostly figure of someone he had loved, perhaps still loved. The whole aspect of the old, exiled poet became charged with an intolerable sadness, as he spoke the lines, not to myself, but to this vanished figure, shadowed by yearning memory's raven wing. Hereafter. Thou knowest not, sweet, what must remain unknown, through all that my poor words can say or sing. The measure of the love to thee I bring. One day thou wilt, when, by a graven stone that bears a name, thou standest, white, alone, shadowed by yearning memory's raven wing, rained on by blossoms of some wind-torn spring, wherefrom thirst-quenching fruit shall ne'er be grown. Then, power shall rest upon the vanished hand, once too much trembling to thy touch for power. Then shall my soul at last thy soul command, as it might not in time's brief, fitful hour. And what life's fires might neither melt nor burn, shall yield with tears to ashes and the urn. I had my answer. Never again did I venture on a personal question. All our talks came round to poetry in the end. It was his deepest love as well. Sound lawyer he may have been, but inspired poet, to me at least, he certainly was. His own poems he severely deprecated, calling them, with the exception of the Night Song, poor things, though from my heart. His room, it seems, was littered with them in manuscript, which he rarely tried and never wished to sell. Some time later, Mr. Alden, editor of Harper's Magazine, questioned me for information about a wonderful old gentleman who comes into the office like an emperor and offers me a poem as though he were parting painfully with a treasure he hardly dared let out of his keeping, and certainly does not wish to sell for cash. To all, thus, he was a mystery. If he was uncared for, he was at the same time indifferent to human care. Great intellect, great mind, great heart, he seemed to me. A wraith, perhaps, but an august, a giant wraith, draped by mysterious shadows, dwelling in a miserable slum, cut off from his kind amid the dim pomp and pageantry of majestic memories. It was thus, at any rate, with the pardonable exaggeration of ignorant 25, I saw and knew the old man of visions. It was his deep heart of poetry, rather than his fine intellect, I worshipped. The undermine in him, the subconscious region, I think, was whole and healed. It was the upper mind, the surface consciousness, that alone was damaged. If his mind was wrecked, this brain partially in ruins, the soul in him peered forth above the broken towers, remaining splendidly aware. Not even the imperfect instrument through which it worked could prevent this fine expression. Behind the disproportion of various delusions, behind the outer tumbled ruins, there dwelt unaffected in him that greater thing than any intellect, understanding. End of chapter 30.
Chapter 31 of Episodes Before 30 by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Chapter 31. It was with a singular young man, who claimed proudly to be the illegitimate son of a certain duke, that I found myself presently in the eau de Cologne business. A long, difficult winter had passed. All my friends had disappeared. There had been periods of dried apples again, of posing in studios, of various odd jobs, and of half starving, with black weeks in plenty. I had moved into yet cheaper quarters, where I occupied a room that had been formerly a butler's pantry, and was so small that when the folding bed was down, the entire space from wall to wall was occupied. The wash-hand stand was a sink in a recess let into the wall and supplied with a tap. When Mr. Lewis visited me, as he did frequently, we lowered the bed and used it as a divan. The door could not open then. I made tea in the sink. We talked. If Lewis's atmosphere suggested choirs and places where they sing, that of Brodie, as I may call him here, was associated with bars and places where they drink. Not that he drank himself, for he was most abstemious, but that in certain superior saloons, all of them far above my means, he was usually to be found. A simple yet complex, generous as well as mean creature, with all the canniness of the Scot, with his uncanniness as well. His education had been neglected. He read with difficulty, and only wrote well enough to sign his name laboriously to a check. He, too, like Lewis, had his mystery. There was no one, indeed, in my circle of those days whose antecedents would bear too close a scrutiny. I was first introduced to him by a burly Swede, with hands like beefsteaks, and the shoulders of a heavyweight fighter, who was later arrested and sent to jail for picking pockets. His notoriety as a sneak thief none of us had guessed, and how those bulky hands could have accomplished anything neat and clever was a puzzle. In the Scotsman's pleasant quarters, somewhat outlandishly furnished by himself on a top floor, the Swede had made himself at home too long. Brodie, the prey of many who, invited for a day or two, stayed on for weeks, was glad to see his back. His weak good nature, refusing to turn his guests out, was the cause of endless troubles with men who sponged upon his kindness and his purse. This and his eau de Cologne business, me business, as he called it, were his sole topics of conversation. He had money to spend. Was it an allowance? We never knew, and was always well dressed. Many a square meal he stood me. There was something in his soft West of Scotland voice that drew me to this odd fish in the perfumery line. It reminded me of happier days, and I have described his habits at some length because it was owing to a small service I rendered him, and rendered myself at the same time, that I became a partner in me business of manufacturing and selling eau de Cologne made from the Johann Maria Farina recipe. Brodie's social aspirations were very marked. To hear him talk, one would have thought him heir to a dukedom. He had, too, a curious faculty for getting his name associated with people above him in the social world. How he managed it was a problem I never solved. His instinct for smelling out and using such folk was a gift from heaven. To see his name in the paper gave him supreme happiness. Real society, of course, Ward McAllister's 400, lay beyond the reach of what was actually a peasant type, but there were less select fields he worked assiduously with great success. There was matter for a play, a novel, a character study at any rate, in Brodie, who himself, I learned much later, had come out to New York as valet to Clyde Fitch, the playwright, and whose recipe for the genuine Johann Maria Farina, his successful business, was stolen property. My father's son knew certainly queer bedfellows in that underworld in New York City. Meeting him in one of his usual haunts one night, he complained bitterly of a young man he had invited for a week, but who had stayed a month, and stayed on still. The name, which need not be mentioned, was a well-known one. It was a bad case of imposition, by a man, too, who had ample means of his own. I offered to turn him out, much to Brodie's alarm. That is, he both desired the result and feared it. Next morning I arrived in the oddly furnished rooms, and found Brodie cooking breakfast for the undesirable young man who had imposed on his host too long, and who still lay in bed. It was a comic scene, no doubt, for Brodie, though frightened, bore out my accusations while he fried the eggs, and the other blustered noisily until he found out that bluster was of no avail, and then, threatening an action for assault, got suddenly out of bed and dressed himself. Half an hour later he was, bag and baggage, in the street, while I went down and sold the story to the New York Journal, who printed it next morning with big headlines, but also with a drawing showing the eviction scene. No action for assault followed, however. I received $20 for my story, and Brodie, full of gratitude, his name was mentioned in flattering terms, offered to take me into partnership in me business. I demurred at first. "You might help me with the correspondence," he suggested cautiously. I was to be his educated partner and his pen. All that spring and summer I received $10 a week, which, in addition to freelance newspaper work, enabled me to live in comparative luxury. In a dark little back office on Broadway and 8th Street, the eau de Cologne was made. It might have been the secret headquarters of an anarchist fraternity, or the laboratory of some medieval alchemist. Such was the atmosphere of secrecy, of caution, and of mystery. It never occurred to me that anything was wrong. Our only assistant was a young Polish girl named Paola, a beautiful dark-haired Jewess. The precious recipe I was never allowed to see. Great flagons and wicker coverings stood in rows upon long shelves. The mixing of the ingredients was a delicate operation, lasting an hour. The room smelt rich and sweet of spices that made me think of Araby and the East. It was a curious and picturesque scene. The rather darkened room, the perfume-laden air, the hush no traffic could disturb, the great mysterious flagons, which might almost have concealed 40 thieves, the canny Scot of doubtful origin, the beautiful Jewess, the air of caution and suspicion that reigned over all, the filling of the bottles in 2 sizes, affixing the labels, flavoring the soap (we made eau de Cologne soap too), answering the letters, writing flowery advertisements, and so forth, occupied the entire day. Brodie, a born salesman, would take a cab and visit the big stores with samples, Macy's, Siegel & Cooper, and others whose names I have forgotten. He never came back without an order. The business flourished. I made no secret of being in the perfumery trade. I had moved into a larger room at my boarding house. I had bought boots, some new linen, and most of my things were out of pawn. Then presently, here and there, I began to notice things I did not like. Rumors reached me. Hints were dropped, sometimes more than hints, that made me wonder and look over my shoulder a little. No member of my immediate circle at this time was of too sweet origin, nor of too stainless habits. Yet from these came the rumors and the hints. I had better keep my eyes peeled, and the rest. One man in particular who warned me was an elderly, shrewd German, friend of Brodie's, and himself a mystery. His occupation was unknown, however, even to Brodie. He hid it carefully away. He led a double life, protecting himself with the utmost skill and caution behind a screen of detail none of us ever pierced. Von Schmidt, as he styled himself, was educated. Also, he had a heart, for once when I was in a state of collapse from hunger, he brought oysters for me at great trouble to himself, having to go out on a rainy night and bring them some distance along the street. From which moment, though the unpleasant mystery about him intrigued and cautioned me, I became his friend. We talked German together. His one desire, he confided to me, was to marry a rich woman, and once he clumsily proposed to arrange a rich marriage for myself if I would give him a commission on results. His personality is worth this brief description, perhaps, since it sheds light, incidentally, upon the world I lived in. Always most carefully dressed, he occupied a single room in a well-appointed house in East 22nd Street, talking airily of a bedroom on the floor above, of a bathroom I was sure he never used, and complained apologetically of This awful house I'm in for the moment." His pose was that of an aristocrat, proud and resigned among untoward circumstances, and it was through no mistake of his own that this humbug did not impose on me. I just knew it was all buncombe. His actual business, I felt sure, was unsavory, though Brodie, having once discovered artificial flowers in his coat pocket, thought he was a floor walker in some big store. Various suspicious details confirmed me later in the belief that his real occupation was blackmailing. In his single room, at any rate, where a piece of furniture against the wall, covered with framed photographs of German notabilities, was in reality a folding bed, I never once, since the oysters, betrayed that I knew this. He lived like a gentleman. Every night, from 9 o'clock onwards, he was at home. A box of cigars, various liqueurs, he offered without fail, and with an air, if you please. Although the former never held more than 3 or 4 cigars, the bottles never more than enough to fill 2 glasses, because "my servant, confound him, has forgotten again to fill them." He had no servant, of course, and the minimum of replenishing was done by himself every evening before 9 o'clock. "Then you are a baron, really?" I said once, referring to the von before his name. He looked at me with the disdainful smile a prince in difficulties might have worn. "In this city of snobs and scoundrels," he said lightly, "I have dropped my title. The von alone I find more dignified." He left the house, I found, every morning sharp at 8, and this was in favor of Brodie's theory that he had some regular job. He was an experienced, much-lived old bird, a touch of something sinister about him always, about most of his friends as well. Some very disagreeable types I surprised more than once in his well-furnished room. He knew the ropes, knew men and women too. His counsel was always sound in worldly matters. A lack of humor was his chief failing, it seemed to me, while his snobbery was another weakness that probably led many of his schemes to failure. Every summer, for instance, he would go for 2 weeks to Newport, where the rank and fashion went. "When I was at Newport," or "I am going to Newport next week," were phrases his tongue loved to mouth and taste like fine wine. But his brief days there were spent actually in a cheap boarding house, although the letters he wrote to all and sundry, to myself included, bore one word only as address: Newport, made from a die at the head of his colored paper. It was von Schmidt, then, who warned me about Brodie and his eau de Cologne business. "He is a fool, a peasant. There will be trouble there. Do not identify yourself with him or his business. It is not worth while." And his manner conveyed that he could tell something more definite if he liked, which I verily believe was the case. Brodie, I was convinced later, paid him tribute. I began to feel uncomfortable. One day I asked Brodie point blank what his recipe was and how he came by it. "That's me own business," he replied. "There's nothing to be nervous about." I consulted old Louis. "If you feel the faintest doubt," was his answer, "you should leave at once." I decided to get out. Brodie asked me to wait the current month. I agreed. Before the end of the month, however, when I left the eau de Cologne business, a most unpleasant and alarming incident occurred. The terrible thing, long dreaded in a vague kind of way, had overtaken me at last. I was to be convicted of a crime I had not committed. I might even be sent to jail. Brodie's outlandish furnishing of his rooms has been mentioned purposely. They were filled with an assortment of showy trash that could not have deceived a charwoman. $50 would have covered everything. He was proud of his curtains, rugs, and faked draperies, however, showed them off with the air of a connoisseur, hinted at their great value. He had insured them, it always pleased him to mention. The New York Journal, describing the eviction scene, had referred to his fine apartment, furnished with exotic taste and regardless of cost, adding this touch of color, which was certainly not my own. Brodie, thus encouraged in print, promptly took out another fire policy in a second company. And one day, while toying with his flagons, he mentioned casually that he was having "me place done up a bit." New paint, new paper were to be put on, and might he bring his clothes to my room until this was finished, as his own cupboard space was limited? He brought the suits himself, carrying them one by one, concealed inside a folded overcoat upon his arm. He did this always after dusk. No suspicion stirred in me. My own cupboards were, of course, empty. Brodie's fine wardrobe now filled them. It all seemed natural enough. Certainly it roused no doubt or query in me. Neither did the party to which I was invited a few days later, which included a distinguished member, of course, a famous dress designer from Europe, with whose publicity campaign in the press Brodie had contrived to get his name associated. We were a party of 5 men, and we met at our host's rooms before going out to dine, the rooms that had just been done up, and attention, I recall, was drawn particularly to the beauty, rarity, and value of his variegated trash. The electric light was shaded. A big coal fire burned in the grate. At a cursory glance, the apartment might possibly have produced a favorable impression of expense and richness. But our host did not allow us to linger. There was a hurried cocktail, and we were gone. I remember that I was last but one in the procession down the stairs from this top floor. Brodie, who had held the door open for us to pass, came last. Also, I remembered later that as we reached the next flight, he said he had forgotten something and dashed upstairs again to fetch it. A moment later he rejoined us in the street, and we all went on to dinner. It was a kind of housewarming party, he explained. The evening passed pleasantly. We went on to Coster and Beale's music hall, and after that to supper in some tenderloin joint or other. And it was here I first noticed a change in our host. Something about him was different. His behavior was not what was normal to him. His face was pale, his manner nervous and excited. Though there was no drink in him to account for it, he was overwrought, unusually voluble, unable to keep still for a single moment. I had never seen him like this before, and the strangeness of his behavior arrested me. Once or twice, apropos of nothing, he referred to the money he had spent on his apartment, and more than once, in asides to me, he spoke of the value of his rugs and curtains, engaging my endorsement, as it were. The other men, who knew him less intimately, probably noticed nothing, or, if they did, attributed it to the excitement of alcohol. But it made me more and more uneasy. I didn't like it. I watched him attentively. I came to the strange conclusion, long before the evening was over, that he was frightened. And when he met suggestions that it was time for bed with obstinate refusals, anxious and nervous at the same time, I knew that he was more than frightened. He was terrified. Once when I asked him whether he felt unwell, there was startled terror in his cunning eyes as he whispered, "I dreamed of rats last night. Something bad will be coming." His face was white as chalk. To dream of rats with him always meant an enemy in the offing. A dozen times he had given me instances of this strange superstition. To dream of an acquaintance in connection with these unpleasant rodents meant that this particular acquaintance was false, an enemy, someone who meant him harm. I therefore understood the illusion in his mind, but this time, for some reason, I did not believe it. He was lying. The terror of a guilty conscience was in those startled eyes and in that sheet-white skin. I felt still more uneasy. I was glad I had put my resignation from the business in writing. There was trouble coming in connection with that recipe, and Brodie already knew it. It was after 2 in the morning when we reached home. My rooms were a couple of streets before his own, but he begged me to see him to his door. His nervous state had grown, meanwhile, worse and worse. His legs failed him several times, seeming to sink under his weight. He took my arm. More than once he reeled. There was something about it all, about himself particularly, that made my skin crawl. The awful feeling that I, too, was to be involved increased in me. As we turned out of Fourth Avenue into his street, a loud noise met us. A prolonged, hoarse sound, a clank of machinery in it somewhere. Another sound as well that pulsed and throbbed. A dense crowd blocked the way. There was smoke. A fire engine was pumping water into a burning building, the one that Brodie lived in. These details I noticed in the first few seconds, but even before I had registered them, Brodie uttered a queer cry and half collapsed against me. He was speechless with terror, and at first something of his terror he communicated to me too. My heart sank into my boots. The rats, I understood instantly, had nothing to do with his eau de cologne recipe. This was a far more serious matter. Fires were no new thing to me, and this evidently was only a small one, but none the less people might have been burned to death. Telling my companion to wait for me, and to keep his mouth shut whatever happened, I produced some paper and pushed my way through the crowd to the police cordon, saying I was from the Evening Sun. Though I had no fire badge, the bluff worked. I ran up the steps of the familiar house. "Which floor is it? How did it start? Is it insured? Is anybody burned?" I asked a fireman. The answer came, and I jotted it down. It was the top floor. How it started was unknown. Nobody was hurt. It was heavily insured. It had been burning for 4 hours. The worst was over. The fire was out. Only steam and smoke now filled the staircase and corridors. The street was covered with a litter of ruined furniture. The occupants of the lower floors stood about in various attire. I caught unpleasant remarks as I dashed upstairs to Brodie's floor. Hoses, I found, were still at work. The room we had left 6 hours before was gutted. A gaping hole permitted a view of the room on the floor below, and this hole began immediately in front of the grate. A black woolly mat with long hair, I remembered, had lain on the floor just there. The unpleasant remarks, as I ran up, had reference to insurance. Phrases such as over-insured, too well insured, were audible. They were the usual phrases uttered at the scene of a New York fire, where arson was as common as picking pockets. I had heard them 100 times. They had furnished clues for my newspaper stories. On this occasion they held a new significance. Brodie shared my folding bed that night, but he did not sleep. He cried a good deal. He said very little. He referred neither to the loss of his stuff, nor to the fact of its being covered by insurance, nor to how and why the fire started. He was frightened to the bone. Next day, when we visited the burnt apartment to secure what fire and water had spared, Brodie was abused and scarified by the inmates as he went upstairs. Weeks of keen anxiety followed, of worse than anxiety. The insurance companies refused to pay the claims, which Brodie, after much hesitation, had sent in. They decided to fight them. The lawyer, a shyster, meaning a low, unprincipled type of attorney who would take any case for the money it might contain, bled my friend effectively by preying on his obvious fear. He was summoned to give witness before a hearing in the offices of the company, and I shall never forget his face when he met me that night with the significant words, "They know everything about me, everything about you too. They even know that I took all my clothes to your room before it happened. They're going to summon you to give evidence too." I consulted with old Lewis, telling him the full story, but making no accusations.
"Few people are worthy to live with," was his comment. "Fewer still to share one's confidence. You must tell the truth as you know it. You have nothing to fear."
I was searchingly examined by the company's lawyer, and my evidence made, I saw, a good impression. No awkward leading questions were put. Brodie had been kind to me. I knew nothing definite against him. In his ignorance, which I described, he might well have thought his possessions were of value. It had nothing to do with me, at any rate, and there was a perfectly good explanation for his clothes being in my cupboard. None the less, it was a trying ordeal. Worse, however, was to follow. The fire marshal, recently appointed, a proverbial new broom, was out to put down the far too frequent arson in the city. Fire Marshal Mitchell, I see his face before me still, intended to prosecute. This was a bombshell. My imaginative temperament then became indeed my curse. Waiting for the summons was like waiting for the verdict of a hostile jury. I waited many days, hope alternating with fear. I felt sure I was being watched the whole time. Brodie and I never met once. I changed my room about this time, though for reasons entirely disconnected with this unpleasant business. I had obtained a violin pupil in another house, and I wrote to the fire marshal, informing him of my new address, in case, as I understood was probable, he might want my evidence. But what really alarmed me most was my inside knowledge of New York justice. I had seen too many innocent men sent up. I had heard faked evidence in too many police cases. I knew that, without a "pull," I stood but little chance of escaping a conviction as an accessory to what they would call a wanton case of arson. I was not even on the staff of a newspaper at the time. I had no influence of any sort behind me. Nor were my means of support too visible. A Britisher, a highly connected Britisher into the bargain, it was just what the new broom fire marshal was looking for. It would make a big case for the press. The agony of mind I endured was ghastly, and the slow delay of long waiting intensified it. One evening, on coming home about dusk, I saw a strange man in the little hallway of my house. He asked me my name. I told him. He handed me a blue paper and went out. It was the long-expected subpoena from the fire marshal. I was summoned to attend at 8 o'clock 2 mornings later in his office. My emotions that night and the next day were new experiences to me. I heard the judge sentence me, saw myself in prison for a term of years with hard labor. I began to feel guilty. I knew I should say the wrong thing to the fire marshal. I should convict myself. The truth was the truth, but everything pointed against me. I knew Brodie as a friend. I was his business associate, was frequently in his rooms, had accepted kindnesses from him. I needed money badly. I had hidden his good clothes in my cupboards a few days before the fire. I had been with him on that particular night. I had left the room with him, last of the party. I should be looked upon as guilty. It was for me to clear myself. Prejudice against me, too, as an Englishman, would be strong. The Boyd episode would be revived and twisted to show that I consorted with law-breakers. I should stammer and hesitate, and appear to be hiding the truth, to be lying, and I should most certainly look guilty. The thing I dreaded had come upon me. I thought of my home and family. It all made me realize with a fresh sharpness the kind of world poverty had dragged me down to, with the contrast between what I had been born to and what I now lived in. I needed every scrap of strength and comfort my books could give me. That I was exaggerating like a schoolboy never occurred to me. I suffered the tortures of the damned, of the already condemned, at any rate. That I was innocent of wrongdoing was, for some reason, no consolation. I had got myself into an awful mess, and should have to pay the price. The wildest ideas filled my brain. I would call and enlist the influence of McCloy, of various officials, of headquarters detectives, of D.L. Moody, the revivalist, who was then preaching in New York, and who had been a guest in my father's house, of the Exchange Place banker, even of von Schmidt, though fear of blackmail stopped me here. But reflection told me how useless such a proceeding would be. The Republicans, besides, were in power at the time, and Tammany had no pull. I even thought of Roosevelt, whom, as president of the police board, I had often interviewed. The fire marshal would rejoice in the case, of course, for, as with the Boyd story, the newspapers would print it at great length. There lay much kudos for him in it. I had no sleep that night, as I had no friend or counselor either. I thought of spending it in Bronx Park with the trees, but it occurred to me that, if I were being watched, the act might be interpreted as an attempt to escape. For what would a New York fire marshal make of my love of nature? The following day, as the dreaded examination grew closer, was a day of acute misery, until the late afternoon, when I met by chance the man who saved me. I shall always believe, at least, that saved is the right word to use. A coincidence as singular as the coincidence of catching Boyd was involved. Fate, anyhow, brought me across the path of Mullins, the one man who could help, just at the time and place, too, where that help could be most effectively given. The word coincidence, therefore, seems justified. Mullins, the Irishman, was an editorial writer on the Evening Sun when I was a reporter there. He disliked the paper as heartily as I did, and his ambition was to join the staff of the New York Times, where Muldoon, another Irishman, a boon companion, was city editor. He had proved a real friend to me in my days of gross inexperience. "If ever I get on the Times," he used to say, "I'll try and get a place for you too. It's a fine, clean paper, and they treat a man decently." He had realized his ambition just about the time I went into the eau de Cologne business, but had said there was no vacancy for me. There might be one later. He would let me know. For months, however, we had not met, and the matter had really left my mind. And it was now, when I was casting about in a state of semi-panic for someone who might help me, that I suddenly thought of Mullins. As a last hope, rather, I thought of him, for it seemed a very off chance indeed. For various reasons, I did not act upon the idea, but Mullins was in my mind so much, so persistently, so often, that I kept seeing him in passers-by. I mistook several strangers for Mullins until close enough to see my mistake. Then suddenly, in Union Square, towards evening, I did see him. I was sitting on a bench. He walked past me. He was on his way to an assignment. I told him the whole story, making no accusations, but omitting no vital detail. He listened attentively, his face very grave. He shared my own misgivings. "It's just the kind of case Mitchell's looking for," he said. "He wants to make a splash with it. But I think I can fix it for you. Guess what my assignment is at this moment?" And then he told me. His job that evening was a special interview with Mitchell, a descriptive story of the newly appointed fire marshal, his personality and character, his plans for suppressing arson, and it was to be a front-page article. Mullins could make him or mar him. He had a free hand in the matter. The Times was a Republican organ. It would mean a great deal to Mitchell. "He comes from my part of Ireland," said Mullins with a grin and a wink. And then he added that he had spoken to Muldoon about me only the day before, and that Muldoon had promised me a place on the paper the moment it was possible, in a few weeks probably. "I shall just mention to Mitchell that you're going on the Times," was his significant parting word to me as he hurried off to keep his appointment. My examination next morning was robbed of much of its terror. The fire marshal was evidently not quite sure of himself, for if manner, voice, and questions were severe, I detected an attitude that suggested wavering. A shorthand writer behind me took down every word I uttered, and the searching examination about the clothes, my social and business relations with Brodie, my knowledge, if any, concerning the value of his rugs and curtains, especially concerning the night of the fire, and the details of how we left the room, gave me moments of acute discomfort. Although Mitchell rarely once looked straight at me, I knew he was observing my every word and gesture, the slightest change in facial expression, too. He confined himself entirely to questions, allowing no hint of his own opinion to escape him. And yet, to my very strung-up attention, he betrayed the uncertainty already mentioned. I, of course, confined myself entirely to answers, brief but without hesitation. My instinct, right or wrong, was to protect Brodie, a man who had shown me real kindness. I remembered the meals, for one thing. In any case, it was not for me to express opinions, much less to bring an accusation. And towards the end of a grueling half-hour, I began to feel a shade more comfortable. When, with a slightly different manner, the fire marshal began to ask personal questions about my own career, I felt the day was almost won. I gave a quick outline of my recent history, though I never once mentioned the name of Mullins. Let fall the detail, too, that I was an Irishman, and a little later, seizing an opening with an audacity that surprised myself even while I said the words, I congratulated Mr. Mitchell upon his campaign to crush out the far too frequent arson in the city. As a newspaper man, I gave this blessing, and the shot I instantly saw went home. If I could be of any use to him on the Times, if any suspicious case came my way, I added that I should always be glad to serve him. For the first time, the fire marshal smiled. I shot in a swift last stroke for Brodie, though an indirect one. "But you don't want any misfires," I ventured, inwardly delighted that the play on the word amused him. A big case that failed of a conviction would be damaging. We shook hands as I left soon after, though the final comfort he denied me. For when I mentioned that my present address would always find me, "if you need me again," he merely bowed and thanked me. He did not say, as I hoped he would, "Your presence will not be required any more." End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Episodes Before 30 by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Chapter 32. 6 weeks later, when the torrid summer heat was waning, and September breezes had begun to cool the streets, the nights at any rate, I found myself a reporter on the staff of the New York Times. My salary of $35 a week seemed incredible. It was like coming into a fortune, and its first effect was to make a miser of me. I had learned the value of the single cent. I found myself fearful of spending even that cent. I understood why people who pass suddenly from want to affluence become stingy, complaining always of being hard up. I determined to save. I opened an account in a savings bank against another rainy day. This trait, acquired in my unhappy New York period, remains in me still, I notice. Never have I known from that time to this what it means to be comfortably off, free from financial anxiety for more than a month or two ahead. Yet each time an extra bit of money comes in, I am aware of the instinct to be extremely, unnecessarily careful of each penny. The less I have, the more reckless I feel about spending it, and vice versa. Those 6 weeks, however, before Muldoon sent for me, proved the most painful and unhappy of all my New York days. There was something desperate about them. I reached bottom. It was the darkest period before the dawn, though I had no certainty that the dawn was breaking. My income from the eau de cologne business was ended. My freelance work struck a bad streak. The artists were still out of town, the studios consequently empty. My violin pupil had gone to Boston. It was during this August that I slept in Central Park, and passed the night, for there was not much sleep about it, beneath the Bronx Park trees as well, though I had to walk all the long weary way to get there. It was also, par excellence, the height of the dried apple season. With the exception of old Lewis, occasionally Mullins too, I had no companionship. Brodie, who, by the way, received no money from the insurance companies, but equally escaped a worse disaster, I never saw again. The post on the Times, meanwhile, seemed far away, highly problematical too. My comforts were Bronx Park, occasionally open-air music, Lewis and my own dreams, speculations, and, chief of all, the Bhagavad Gita. Hours I spent in the free libraries. Never, before or since, did I read so many books in so short a time. This free reading, of course, never stopped for a moment all the years I lived in New York, but during these 6 weeks it reached a maximum. From the vantage ground of easier days, I have often looked back and wondered why I made no real effort to better myself, to get out of the hated city, to go west, for a railway pass was always more or less within my power, and other fellows similarly in difficulties were always changing occupations and localities. It was due, I think, to a kind of resignation, though rather a fierce resignation, a kind of obstinate spirit of acceptance in me. Take it all, whatever comes, said this spirit. Dodge, shirk, avoid nothing. You have deserved it. Exhaust it then, suck the orange dry. And, as if life were not severe and difficult enough as it was, I would even practice certain austerities I invented on my own account. Already I felt myself immeasurably old. Life seemed nearly ended. External events, anyhow, did not really matter. A rolling stone sees life, of course, but collects little, if any, fruit. Though I made no determined efforts to escape my conditions at this time, a new adventure ever had attractions for me. Having once tasted the essence of a particular experience, I found myself weary of it and longing for a new one. This vagabondage in the blood has strengthened with the years. A fixed job means prison. A new one sends my spirits up. Routine is hell. To take a room, a flat, a job by the year means insupportable detestation of any of them soon afterwards. It is a view of life that hardly goes to make good citizenship, but, on the other hand, it tends to keep the heart young, to prevent too early hardening of the mental arteries, while it certainly militates against the dread disease of boredom. Une vie mouvementée has its vagabond values. To a certain side of my nature, old Lewis's wiser epitaph, "Sorry I spoke, sorry they spoke," made less appeal than some anonymous verses I came across in Scribner's Magazine with the title, "A Vagrant's Epitaph," verses I knew by heart after a first reading. Change was his mistress, chance his counselor. Love could not hold him. Duty forged no chain. The wide seas and the mountains called him, and gray dawns saw his campfires in the rain. Sweet hands might tremble, aye, but he must go. Revel might hold him for a little space, but turning past the laughter and the lamps, his eyes must ever catch the luring face. Dear eyes might question, yea, and melt again. Rare lips a-quiver, silently implore, but he must ever turn his furtive head, and hear that other summons at the door. Change was his mistress, chance his counselor. The dark firs knew his whistle up the trail. Why tarries he to-day? And yesternight adventure lit her stars without a veil. The plague of possessions, at any rate, has never troubled me, either actually or in desire, while the instinct to reduce life to its simplest terms has strengthened. The homeless feeling of living in my trunks is happiness. The idea of domesticity appalls, and the comforts of rich friends wake no echo in me, assuredly no envy. A home, as a settled place one owns and expects to live in for years, perhaps forever, is abhorrent to every instinct in me. And when acquaintances show off with pride their cottage, their flat, their furniture, their collections, even their "not a bad little garden, is it?" my heart confesses to a vague depression which makes it difficult to sympathize and give them my blessing. Life at its longest is absurdly brief before health and energy begin to slip downhill. It is mapped with a cunning network of ruts and grooves, from which, once in, it is difficult to escape. Only the lucky ones are never caught, although the caught are lucky perhaps in another way, they do not realize it. Yet even today, when times are bad and the horizon not too clear for some time ahead, the old dread of starvation rises in me. I never see apple rings in a grocer's window without getting their taste and feeling them rise and swell within me like some troublesome emotion. To my year and a half on the New York Times I look back with nothing but pleasure. The slogan, "All the news that's fit to print," was practiced, and the men I worked with were a good company of decent fellows. Muldoon, a fighting Irishman with a grim, fierce manner and a warm heart, had a sense of humor and a gift for encouraging his reporters that made them love him. C.W. Miller was editor-in-chief and Carey manager. Who owned the paper I have forgotten, but it was not Colonel Jones who was present at the Union League Club dinner to my father, when I made my maiden speech some 9 years before. Hours of work were from noon until the night assignment was turned in, which meant any time from 10 o'clock onwards, though as emergency man, in case of something happening late, I often had to stay in the office till after 1 in the morning. Proper food, a new suit, comradeship with a better class of men came, perhaps, just in time for me. I remember the pleasure of writing home about my new post. I had a dress suit again. I saved $15 a week. Reporting for a New York newspaper can never be uneventful, but the painful incidents of life make deeper impressions than the pleasant ones. To meet the former means usually to call upon one's reserves, and memory hence retains sharper pictures of them corresponding to the greater effort. On the Times I was happy. 2 incidents stand out still in the mind. One creditable, pleasing to vanity; the other exactly the reverse. The latter, though it annoyed Muldoon keenly at the moment, fortunately for me, appealed to his sense of humor too. He had given me an evening off; that is, all I had to do was to write a brief report of a students' concert in which his little niece was performing. "Without strainin' veracity," he mentioned with a grin, "you might perhaps say something kind and pretty about her." He winked, whispering her name in my ear. "Have you got it?" he asked fiercely. I nodded. Was I thinking of something else at the moment? Was my mind in the woods that lovely evening in spring? At the concert I picked out the name I remembered, and wrote later a sturdy eulogistic notice of an atrocious performer, saying the very prettiest and nicest things I could think of, then went home to a coveted early bed. But Muldoon's grim smile next day, as I reported at his desk for an assignment, gave me warning that something was wrong. He did not keep me in suspense. I had selected for my praise not only the crudest performer of the concert, that I already knew, but one whom all the other pupils disliked intensely, and whose name they particularly hoped would be omitted altogether. The niece I had not even mentioned. The other incident that stands out after all these years was more creditable. Dr. Lyman Abbott, editor of the Outlook, which once Henry Ward Beecher edited as the Church Union, was preaching in Beecher's Plymouth Church, Brooklyn, a series of sermons on the theology of an evolutionist. And Muldoon had persuaded the editor-in-chief that a full report on the front page every Monday would be a credit to the paper. His proposal was agreed to, apparently without too much enthusiasm. The Irishman was determined to justify it. "I want you to take it on," said Muldoon to me. "You can write shorthand. Make it 150." A column was 100. To have a column and a half on the front page, if I could do it well, would be a feather in my cap. But my shorthand was poor. I was out of practice, too. Bad notes are impossible to read for transcription, and mistakes would mean angry letters of correction from Dr. Abbott, probably. Monday was my day off. I went to Plymouth Church with a new notebook and 3 soft lead pencils, duly sharpened at both ends. In the brief interval before Sunday, I practiced hard. The church was packed to the roof. As I sneaked up the aisle, an unfamiliar place, I felt it, to a little table placed immediately beneath the pulpit. I came in after the service, but just in time for the sermon. There were no other reporters present. It thrilled me to see Dr. Abbott, who, as a young man of 23, had heard Lincoln speak on slavery. The theology of an evolutionist was an arduous assignment that strained every faculty I possessed, but indifferent shorthand lay at the root of the strain. Dr. Abbott's delivery was sure and steady, more rapid than it sounded. He never hesitated for a word. He never coughed or cleared his throat or even sneezed. There were none of those slight pauses which help a poor shorthand writer to pick up valuable seconds. The stream of words poured on relentlessly, and the rate, I should judge, was $2.50 a minute. Verbatim reporting was impossible to me. I had to condense as I went along, and to condense without losing sense and coherence was not easy. My pencil was always 8 or 10 words behind the words I actually listened to, and the Pitman outlines for the words I wrote down had to be recalled, while at the same time memory had to retain those being actually uttered at the moment. Being out of practice, I often hesitated over an outline, losing fractions of a second each time I did so. These outlines come automatically, of course, to a good writer. Then there was the sense, the proportion, the relative values of argument and evidence to be considered, matters that could not be adjusted in the office afterwards, when there was barely time, in any case, to transcribe my notes before going to press. The interest I felt in the subject, moreover, delayed my mind time and time again. Occasionally a pencil point would break as well, and turning it round in my hand meant important delay in a process where each fraction of a second counts. In the office afterwards, each page transcribed was whipped away by a printer's devil before it could be reconsidered and reread. I invariably went to bed after these evenings in church with a splitting headache. But the 150 appeared duly on the front page every Monday morning, though whether good or bad, I had no inkling. My impression, due to Muldoon's silence, was that my reports were hardly a success. When the last of the long series came, my opening report was confused and inaccurate, owing to an announcement from the pulpit which embarrassed me absurdly. Dr. Abbott mentioned briefly that numerous requests to print the sermons had reached him, but that he did not propose to do so. He referred those interested instead to the reports in the Times, which, he took pleasure in saying, were excellent, accurate, and as satisfactory as anything he could do himself. Being the only reporter present, I felt conspicuous at my little table under the pulpit in the immense building. But I remember the pleasure, too. It was an announcement I could use, was bound to use, indeed, in my own report next day. Muldoon would be pleased. On the Tuesday morning, when I appeared at his desk, he looked at me with such a fierce expression that I thought I was about to be dismissed. "Have you been to your locker?" was all he said. In the locker, however, I found a letter from Dr. Abbott to the editor-in-chief, thanking him for the reports of the sermons, reports, he wrote, whose brevity, accuracy, and intelligence furnish a synopsis I could not have improved upon myself. He added, too, another important sentence, by your reporter, whom I do not know. It was not favoritism, therefore. A brief chit to be handed to the cashier was in my locker, too. My salary was raised to $40 a week. The headaches had proved worthwhile. The year and a half with the Times was a happy period, though long before it ended I had begun to feel my customary weariness of the job, and a yearning for something new. The newspaper experience, which began with the Evening Sun, was exhausted for me. The pleasant and unpleasant sides of it I knew by heart. Though I took no action, my mind began to cast about for other fields. I had saved a little cash. My thoughts turned westwards, California, the Pacific coast, the bright sunshine and blue waters of the southern seas even. I was past 27. To be a New York reporter all my life did not appeal. Nor was it yet time to go back to England. No trace of literary faculty, nor any desire to write, much less a consciousness that I could write perhaps, had declared themselves. My summer holidays of 2 weeks I spent again in the backwoods, with a view to some woodland life, which was to include, this time, old Lewis too. Obstacles everywhere made me feel, however, that it was not to be. For though they were obstacles I could have overcome, I took them as an indication that fate had other views for my future. When a thing was meant to be, it invariably came of itself, I found. My temperament, at any rate, noted and obeyed these hints. Old Lewis, too, who was to collect his poems in our woodland home, to write new ones as well, met all practical suggestions with, "Let us consider, Figlio, a little longer first." He was to write also a political history of the United States, and "I must collect more data before I am ready to go." The dread of being fixed and settled, a captive in a place I could not leave at a moment's notice, did not operate where nature was concerned. The idea of living in the forests had no fear of prison in it. Events, moreover, which brought big changes into my life had always come, I noticed, from outside, rather than as a result of definite action on my own part. A chance meeting in a hotel bar set me reporting. A chance meeting with Mullins landed me on the Times. A chance meeting with Angus Hamilton in Piccadilly Circus led to my writing books. A chance meeting with William E. Dodge now suddenly heaved me up another rung of life into the position of private secretary to a millionaire banker. To me it has always seemed that some outside power, but an intelligent power, pulled a string each time, and up I popped into an entirely new set of circumstances. This power pushed a button, and off I shot in a direction at right angles to the one I had been moving in before. This intelligent supervision I attributed in those days to karma. In the mind, though perhaps with less decision there, it operated too. A book, a casual sentence of some friend, an effect of scenery, of music, and an express lift mounts rapidly from the cellar of my being to an upper story, giving a new extended view over a new horizon. Much that puzzles in the obscurity of the basement outlook becomes clear and simple. The individual who announces the sudden change is unaware, probably, how vital a role he plays in another's life. He is but an instrument, after all. When by chance I found Mr. Dodge next to me in a Broadway cable car, my first instinct was to slip out onto the outside platform before he had seen me, with simultaneously a hope that if he had seen me he would not recognize me. He was a friend of my father's. We had dined at his house on our first visit to New York, and once or twice since then our paths had crossed for a moment or two. He was a man of great influence and of tireless philanthropy, a fine, just, high-minded personality. He stared hard at me. Before I could move, he had spoken to me by name. How was I getting along, he inquired kindly, and did I like New York? What was I doing at the moment? I seized the opportunity and told him of my longing to get out of newspaper work. He listened attentively. He examined me, I was aware, more than attentively. In the end, he asked me to come and see him for a personal chat, not in his office, but in his house. He named a day and hour. An invitation to his office I should have disregarded. It was the kindness of my house that won me. But the interview was disappointing, rather embarrassing as well to me. He asked many personal questions about my life and habits. It was all very businesslike and chilling. In the end, he mentioned vaguely that James Spire, of Spire Brothers, was thinking, he believed, of engaging a secretary, and that possibly, he could not say for certain, he might, when he next saw him, suggest my name for the post. Of course, he added, still more cautiously, you will understand I must make inquiries about you at the Times. He promised to let me know if anything further came of it. For many weeks I heard no word. Then I wrote. The reply asked me to call at his office. He was kindness and sympathy personified. The Times gives you an excellent character, he informed me, and say they will be very sorry to lose you. I am sorry there has been this delay. He handed me a personal letter to James Spire. He invited me to dinner in his house the following evening. Before brushing up my dress suit for the occasion, my first dinner in a decent house for many years, I had seen Mr. Spire and had been engaged at a salary of $2,000 a year for a morning job, from 8 till 2 o'clock daily, with a general supervision during the day of his town and country houses, horses, servants, charities, and numerous other interests. The dinner in Mr. Dodge's Fifth Avenue palace was a veritable banquet to me. Immediately opposite, across the avenue, was the other palace occupied by James Spire. It was all rather bewildering, a new world with a vengeance. Years among the outcast of the city had not precisely polished my manners, nor could I feel at my ease thus suddenly among decent folk again. I remember being absurdly tongue-tied, shy, and awkward, until Monsieur de Chaillou, who was present, began to talk about books, stars, natural history, and other splendid things, and took me with him into some unimaginable seventh heaven. I had moments of terror too, but the strongest emotion I remember is the deep gratitude I felt towards Mr. Dodge. A further tiny detail clings as well. When I was invited for a weekend to the Dodge country house on the Hudson, and was bathing with the sun. He was, like myself, 6 feet 3 inches, well built, but well covered too, his age perhaps close on 40. As we stood on the springboard waiting for our second dive, he looked at me. "You certainly haven't got a tummy," he remarked with admiring envy. "I wish I were as thin." And the casual words made a queer impression on me. I realized abruptly how little of certain real values such people knew, how little these protected people ever could know. I still see his admiring, good-humored, kindly expression as he said the empty words. James Spire, brother of Edgar, who later became a baronet and member of the Privy Council, was what we called in New York a "white man." I hardly think I proved an ideal private secretary. His patience and kindness began at the first trial interview I had with him, when my shorthand (he dictated a newspaper financial paragraph full of unfamiliar terms) was not at its best. "Not very grand," were the actual words he used. As for bookkeeping, I told him frankly that figures were my idea of hell. Whereupon, after a moment's puzzled stare, he laughed, and said that keeping accounts need not be among my principal duties. A clerk from the office could come up and balance the books every month. The phrase about hell, the grave expression of my face, he told me long afterwards, touched his sense of humor. The huge book in which I kept his personal accounts proved, none the less, a daily nightmare, with its 9 columns for different kinds of expenditure: charities, housekeeping, presents, loans, personal, and the rest. It locked with a key. I spent hours over it. No total ever came out twice alike. Yet Mr. Huff, The bright-eyed, diminutive German from the office ran his tiny fingers up and down those columns like some twinkling insect, chatting with me while he added, and making the totals right in a few minutes. Max Hopf, with his slight, twisty body, looked like an agile figure of 3 himself. In his spare time, I felt sure, he played with figures. He was a juggler in my eyes. The first week in my new job was a nervous one, though Mr. Spire's tact and kindly feeling soon put me at my ease. My desk at first was in a corner of an unused boardroom in the bank, where I sat like a king answering countless letters on a typewriter. The shorthand was discarded. I composed the replies from verbal hints and general indications. Clerks treated me with respect. Language was decent. Surroundings were sumptuous. It was some time before I found myself. The second morning a caller was shown in, somebody to see Mr. Spire. He took a chair beside my desk, stared fixedly at me, opened his mouth, and called me by my Christian name. It was the Exchange Place banker who used to stay in my father's house, and who had last seen me in bed at East 19th Street. He congratulated me. I found out, incidentally, then, how much my swindling friend of those days had touched him for on my behalf, and repaid it. James Spire proved a good friend during the 2 years or so I spent with him. He treated me as friend, too, rather than as secretary. My office was transferred to his palatial residence in Madison Avenue, a new house he had just built for himself, and it was part of my job to run this house for him, his country house at Irvington on the Hudson as well. These establishments, for a millionaire bachelor, were on a simple scale, though the amount of money necessary for one man's comforts staggered me at first. A married French couple were his chief servants, the woman as cook, the man as butler. They had been with him for a long time. They eyed the new secretary with disfavor. They were feathering their nests very comfortably, I soon discovered. My hotel experience in Toronto stood me in good stead here. But Mr. Spire was a generous, live-and-let-live type of man, who did not want a spirit of haggling over trifles in his home. I gradually adjusted matters by introducing a reasonable scale. The French couple and I became good friends. I enjoyed the work, which included every imaginable duty under the sun, had ample time for exercise and reading, and my employer's zest in the university settlement movement I found particularly interesting. James Spire was more than a rich philanthropist. He had a heart. The column for charities and presents in the book Mr. Hopf juggled with once a month was a big one, while that for personal expenditure was relatively small. When I dined alone with him in the luxurious paneled room, I realized that life had indeed changed for me. His house, too, was filled with beautiful things. He had rare taste. His brother Edgar, whose English career had not yet begun, stayed with him on his periodical visits from Frankfurt. There was music then, big dinner parties, too, to which I was sometimes invited. Social amenities were not always quite easy, for the position of a Jew in New York society was delicate. But I never once knew James Spire's taste or judgment at fault. His intelligence showed itself not only in finance. He was intelligent all over, imaginatively thoughtful for all connected with him, and his philanthropy sprang from a genuine desire to help the unfortunate. For Jews I have always had a quick feeling of sympathy, of admiration. I adore their intelligence, subtlety, keen love of beauty, their understanding, their wisdom. In the best of them lies some intuitive grip of ancient values, some artistic discernment that fascinates me. I found myself comparing Alfred Lewis with James Spire. Their reaction, respectively, upon myself showed clearly again the standard of what, to me, was important. The one, alone among his unchangeable, imperishable eternities, unaware of comfort as of fame, unrecognized, unadvertised, lonely and derelict, yet equally as proud of his heritage as the other, who, in a noisier market, sought the less permanent splendors of success and worldly honor. One filled his modern palace with olden beauty, fashioned by many men. The other had stocked his mind with a loveliness that money could not buy. One financed a gigantic railway enterprise. The other wrote the Night Song. All the one said blessed and ornamented the mind. All the other said advised it. One parted with a poem as though he sold a pound of his own living flesh. The other was pleased, yet a trifle nervous, when Muldoon, thinking to help me in my job, wrote a panegyric of easy philanthropies in the Brooklyn Eagle, to which his fierce activities had now been transferred from the Times. Both taught me much. From one, singing amid his dirt in an attic, I learned about a world that, hiding behind ephemeral appearances, lies deathlessly serene and unalterably lovely. From the other, about a world which, far from deathless, and certainly less serene, flaunts its rewards upon a more obviously remunerative scale. Of both poet and financier, at any rate, I kept vivid, grateful, pleasant memories. Between the unsavory world I had lived in so long and the new one I had now entered, the old man of visions, himself at home in all and every kind of world, always seemed a bridge. His personality spread imaginatively, as it were, over all grades and through all strata of humanity. In my slow upward climb he seemed to hand me on, and in return for his unfailing guidance it was possible to make his own conditions a trifle more comfortable. Possible, but not easy, because there was no help he needed and did not positively scorn. He watched my welfare with unfailing interest, but nothing would induce him to buy a new hat, a new frock coat, an umbrella, or a pair of gloves. Our memories at any given moment, says Bergson, form a solid whole, a pyramid, so to speak, whose point is inserted precisely into our present action. On that point, old Lewis still drives through my mind and wields an influence today. The happier period with James Spire was, of course, an episode like my other experiences. It was wonderful to draw a good salary regularly for pleasant work, to have long holidays in the Adirondacks, or moose shooting in the woods north of the Canadian Pacific Railway. Wonderful, too, when my employer went to Europe for 3 months, to know myself in charge of such big interests, with a power of attorney to sign all checks. But the usual restlessness was soon on me again. Desire for a change stirred in my blood. The Spanish-American War, I remember, made me think of joining Roosevelt's Rough Riders, a scheme both Spire and Lewis strongly disapproved, and that an attack of typhoid fever rendered impossible in any case. It was during convalescence that it occurred to me I was nearing 30, and that if I meant to live in America all my life, it was time to become naturalized. And this thought caused me to reflect on the question of going home. My sister, with her children, passed through New York about this time, returning from South Australia, where her husband was governor, and it was at dinner in my employer's house, where he had invited them, that the longing to return to England suddenly declared itself. to find myself among relatives who called me by the unfamiliar childhood name woke English memories, English values, and brought back the English atmosphere once more. My mother was still alive. I remember that dinner well. My sister brought a tame little Mexican monkey with her. A man also called to ask Mr. Spire for help, and when I went to interview him in the hall, his long story included a reference to something Mr. Dodge, he declared, had done for him. Mr. Dodge gave me this, he said, and promptly scooped one eye out of its socket and showed it to me lying in the palm of his hand. The glass eye, the monkey, remain associated in my mind still with the rather poignant memories of forgotten English days my sister's visit stirred to life, and with my own emotions as I reflected upon the idea of going home at last. A chance meeting again worked its spell. I had felt that half a universe separated me from the world in which my relatives lived. But after they had gone, I began to realize various things I had not appreciated before. New York, I saw, could furnish no true abiding city for my soul, which, though vagabond, yet sought something more than its appalling efficiency could ever give. What did I miss? I could name it now, but I hardly named it then, perhaps. I was always hungry there, but with a hunger not of the body merely. The hunger, however, was real. Often it was devastating. With such a lopsided development as mine had been, my immaturity, no doubt, was still glaring. The sense of failure, I know, at any rate, was very strong. My relatives had been traveling, and they reflected a color of other lands that called to me. Thought and longing now turned to an older world. There were ancient wonders, soft with age, mature with a beauty and tenderness only timelessness can give, that caught me on the raw with a power no Yosemites, Niagaras, or Grand Canyons could hope to imitate. Size has its magic, but size bludgeons the imagination rather than feeds it. My heart turned suddenly across the sea. I loved the big woods. But behind, beyond the woods, great Egypt lay ablaze. I talked things over with the old man of visions. He advised me to go home. "See your mother before she dies," he urged. "I cannot come with you, but I may follow you." He added, "I shall miss you," then dropped into poetry, as he always did when he was moved. It was these talks with old Lewis about England, the atmosphere of England as well, that my sister somehow left behind her. My own yearnings now suddenly reawakened too, that decided me. My detestation of the city both cleared and deepened. I began to understand more vividly, more objectively, the reasons for my feeling alien in it. I missed tradition, background, depth. There was a glittering smartness everywhere. The great ideal was to be sharper, smarter than your neighbor, above all things sharp and smart and furiously rapid, above all things win the game. To be in a furious rush was to be intelligent. To do things slowly was to be derided. The noise and speed suggested rapids. The deep, quiet pools were in the older lands. Display, advertisement, absence of all privacy, I had long been aware of naturally. I now realized how little I desired this speed and glittering brilliance, this frantic rush to be at all costs sharper, quicker, smarter than one's neighbor, to win the game at any price. I realized why my years in the city had brought no friendships, and why they had been starved as well as lonely. Some months passed before I booked a passage, however. I was sorry to leave James Spire. Then one day he spoke to me about marriage. For a year or more I had noticed his friendship with Mrs. Lowry, a Christian, well-known figure in the social world, and being the confidant of both parties, I had done all I could to encourage a marriage that promised happiness and success. In due course, Bishop Potter of New York officiated. The ceremony was performed in the drawing room, and just before it began, James Spire came up to me, took the beautiful links out of his cuffs, and handed them to me. "I should like you to have these," he said, "as a little memento." I have them still. A few months later, just before I was 30, I found myself in a second-class cabin in a Cunarder, with my savings in my pocket. Old Lewis, who followed me a year or two later, came down to see me off. I was glad when the Statue of Liberty lay finally below the sea's horizon, but I shall never forget the thrill of strange emotion I experienced when I first saw the blue rim of Ireland rise above the horizon a few days later. A shudder dropped behind me. I entered a totally new world. Life continued to be mouvementée indeed, one adventure succeeding another, and ever with the feeling that a chance letter, a chance meeting, might open any morning a new chapter of quite a novel kind. But my American episodes were finished. Of mystical, psychic, or so-called occult experiences, I have purposely said nothing, since these notes have sought to recapture surface adventures only. End of Chapter 32. End of Episodes Before 30 by Algernon Blackwood.